Hey everybody, I don't really have much to say this time for the intro. I just wanted to inform you that the episode starts like mid-sentence, and it's because we don't really treat this like a podcast. We kind of treat it more like a FaceTime call, and then I just click record whenever I get the opportunity to click record when I set everything up. And sometimes I set things up a little late, so it starts in the mid-sentence, and it starts after I asked Manny what shows he had watched. You'd be able to get that with context clues, but I don't know. I wanted to put it in the intro because made it seem a little bit more natural. Don't want the fucking thing to start mid-sentence like Sopranos ended mid-sentence. It would just be really weird. Yeah, so there's that. And then if you don't want to get spoiled on things, check the timestamps in the description to see what gets spoiled and so you can avoid it. And next episode, we're going to be watching Michiko and Hatchin and Vivy Fluorite Eyes song. Those are going to be the two big things I think we're going to talk about. But besides that, yeah, that's really it. I hope you enjoyed the FaceTime 4-hour call. All right, thanks for watching. Have fun.
Beastars.
Yeah.
Mononoke.
Okay.
And the Ayakashi horror classics.
You watched the whole thing?
No.
Okay. But you watched the last... Good.
The message part.
Nice. Okay. I watched a lot, Manny. I watched so much. I don't even know where to fucking start. I watched, do you want me to start? Do you want to start? Because I got things that you didn't watch.
Just say everything you watched.
Okay. I watched an anime movie called Josee, the Tiger and the Fish. I watched Beastars Season 2. I watched the new Netflix anime movie that came out, Words Bubble Up Like Soda Pop. That's what it was called. I watched the Maid and Abyss movies, all three of them. So two of them were recap movies of season 1, and then the third one was like the next arc, and I watched that. Then I watched the movie?
Yeah.
It was like an hour and 40. It was like a full-length movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Josee the Tiger and the Fish, Beastars Season 2, what was Words Bubble Up Like Soda Pop, Maid and Abyss, Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. I rewatched Season 1 and I caught up to Season 2. And then Mononoke, the Ayakashi Samurai Horror Tales, those 3 episodes, and just like the series in general. And then after Mononoke, hold on, I have to look it up. Give me a second. I have to look at my list. I was not prepared. Oh, and then after Mononoke, right? So Josee the Tiger and the Fish, Words Bubble Up Like Soda Pop, Beastars Season 2, Maid and Abyss movies, Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, Mononoke, Dorohedoro. I started Vivy, I started Baki, and I started Shirobako. Those last 3 were just things I watched like the first 2 episodes of.
How many episodes did you get into Vivy?
I got 2 episodes into Vivy.
Okay. I got into 7, so I'm almost done with Vivy.
Okay. Good. Do you want to just talk about that one? We can
talk about
the stuff
let's talk about Vivy first and Baki.
Okay. I only watched 1 episode of Baki. And I watched 2 episodes of Vivy. Okay. You talk about Vivy because you've seen more. You talk about it.
Vivy, I went into it with kind of slightly above average expectations.
Yeah.
Because I seen the ratings, I heard things. And for me, 7 episodes in, it's kind of lived up to slightly above expectations.
Okay.
Like season 7, like I say season 7, episode 7, like this is like a major something happens, and like I completely don't know where the show is going now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I do, but it kind of switched up a little.
Gotcha.
So I'm interested to see where it goes. Honestly, like compared to the last shows I watched, Mononoke is the best show I've watched out of the four I named.
Yeah.
Vivy would be the second best.
Okay. Interesting.
I'm not even done with it yet. So. And I love Vivy. She's fucking.
Okay. Bet. I only watched the first 2 episodes, and I'm glad you're enjoying it. I immediately was just like, I don't want to watch this. And I watched 2 episodes, and I said, like, I'm not going to watch this, and Manny will watch it, and then Manny will tell me about it. So that is my story with that. And I'm not really into it because it's like a story about like robots finding their humanity, and it's not as there are a lot of other stories about robots finding their humanity, and there are a lot of other stories that do it better than what this show is doing. And I'm just watching this show, and I'm just asking so many questions, and I'm just like there are a lot of things that aren't like as well explained as other universes like do it. Like it's not as well explained as like Blade Runner or Ghost in the Shell, and it's a very basic concept that doesn't really make a lot of sense when you really think about it. Like how, I don't know, if a robot's like singular job is to do one thing, how are they capable of like feelings? How are they conscious? Like how is that even, is being conscious like a thing that all robots need if they all have like one thing that they do? Why don't you just design the robot to do that one thing? You know? Like I don't know. And I don't really like the bear. I thought the bear was like annoying as fuck. Vivy is one of those characters that doesn't really, her thing is like she wants to be human, and I just don't fuck with that because it's like Blade Runner, but it's like not as good as Blade Runner. And I just like, I've seen that so many times. And yeah, just it did not interest me too much. And it was like a time travel story too. And that's also something that kind of lost me, where it was like, I don't know, like the dude comes from the future, but there's no like explanation. It's like one of those things where it's like, we just want to have this premise, but we're not going to explain it. We're not going to explain how he comes from the future. We're not going to explain how that works because we just want it to be like cool. And then she like does things in her time to like change the future, and he can sense the future that she changes even though he's already in the past. How does that work? I don't know.
I don't know. But at the same time, I see what you mean. But at the same time, some things, like you're saying, some things aren't explained.
Yeah.
I mean, at the same time, the medicine seller, he wasn't explained at all. And
that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter for that show.
Him a little more interesting.
It did.
We'll see. An explanation might come. We'll see.
Well, I was just getting an impression, like, from the first 2 episodes, I really understood, like, this show is not going to, like, this isn't one of those things where if I watch more, it's going to get better. Like, I could tell, like, from what I saw, it's like, this is what it is. And I was like, all right, I'm not even really, like, vibing with this. There's, like, no characters that I like. I'm not really into the premise. So, I know it's, like, a really boring answer. I know it's not even, like, a good explanation either, but that's all I got. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
You don't gotta say sorry. I'm gonna finish it.
I'm glad I tried it, though. I'm glad I checked it out because it is something that a lot of people are talking about, and the fact that it's not based on anything else is immediately enticing to me. The fact that it's like not based on another anime, and I like that, but I'm not gonna watch it. And that's why I watched Vivy and that's why I watched Dorohedoro, because I was like, all right, I got time. I'll watch the first couple episodes so I can get a head start for the next time we talk, and then I just finished it. So I finished Dorohedoro, and I dropped Vivy. And I made a My Anime list. Like, and that's probably the biggest thing that I have to talk about. And I like put down every show that I saw. So I have like a list per se. I didn't rank everything, but like everything's like in a database, and I'll send it to you when I can. But yeah. I didn't even take notes on Vivy, so like I barely remember it. But yeah. That's all I really got to say about that. So you can spoil the shit out of it if you want, because I'm not going to watch it.
I'll talk about it more when I finish it.
Okay. Gotcha.
I'm assuming you like Baki.
I do like Baki. I did like the first episode. I don't think I when I watch the show, I get the impression like the manga would be so much better if I read the manga. And it makes me sad. It makes me sad to feel that way because I want to like the anime and I want to watch the anime because a 4th season got announced. That's the only reason why I started watching Baki, because the 4th season got announced. And the 4th season looks OD and I really want to watch it. Manny, why are you doing that to me, Manny? Why? Why? Why?
I hate Baki, bro. I hate Baki.
I love it. Bro, I fucking love it. Everything that I went into it with, I really like. Super Eye Patch Wolf really put into perspective what he likes about it. And when I saw what he said, and I go into it with like that perspective, it makes me appreciate the show. He was basically saying that it's just like this really grounded show about a guy made by somebody who really is passionate about like martial arts and like fighting and all that stuff and getting super buff and strong. It feels like it was made by like Mike Tyson. It's like if Mike Tyson made an anime and he's like, I want to be buff and strong, so I'm going to make a series about a bunch of buff and strong people fighting each other. The first episode is goofy as fuck. Manny, what are you doing? What are you doing? I'm explaining it well.
I'm just like getting PTSD from watching this fucking show.
I don't think I would enjoy watching the show. Like when they fight, I can tell that like if I were to read it in manga form, I would enjoy it more. There's like when they punch someone, it just like lacks impact sometimes. Sometimes like there are moments in this show that like just take too long. Like they're not executed as like well. And it sucks, bro, because the animation isn't bad. The art style is like accurate to how the manga looks, and like the soundtrack is really good. But like I don't think I can watch the anime. I think I'm gonna have to read the manga, and I will read the manga because like it looks really cool. And I love the first episode. I love the premise of just like 5 people at the same time being like, I want to be fucking strong. I like that. I like grounded, cheesy, over the top shit. I like when stuff is like rooted in a sense of reality, so you as a viewer are like, oh fuck, these niggas are strong, you know? They don't have superpowers necessarily, but they have they don't, Manny. It's all like, at least in the realm of the show, like rooted in something.
Those are superpowers.
No, but they're like
the fact that Batman would get fucked up by a casual character in that show tells me it's superpowers.
Yeah, that's fair. But it's under the guise of like, yo, they just worked and they just built up. They can't shoot lasers out of their arm or anything. They can fucking.
Okay, but there's some shit in the later season.
Okay. I'm not gonna watch it anymore. I think I'm just gonna read it though. So.
You know, it's funny because I seen someone say that the manga has better animation
than the show.
Than the show, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I know the animation gets worse.
I feel like this show about MMA, which is really no MMA, it's just fucking boxing.
Mm-hmm. It's fighting. It's fighting. Period.
MMA. The fight scenes are so lackluster.
Mm-hmm.
I was expecting some crazy shit. Not like Dragon Ball Z, like.
Yeah.
But some actually like choreo. You know what I'm talking about, choreo.
You didn't feel like there was choreography? You didn't feel like.
No.
Okay. Interesting.
It was fucking ridiculous, dude. It was like, oh, I just hit you with my fucking right hook. Blah, 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 blah. And like,
okay.
For them, someone would get punched, and they'd be like, oh. And it's like, come on, bro. I hate that shit, dude.
Okay.
The manga's better.
I mean, the manga, I think narratively everything.
I'm gonna watch season 4.
Okay.
For the jokes.
Yeah. It looks goofy. It looks goofy as fuck. You should see the opening on YouTube. It's funny. The new characters.
You know when it comes out?
It said fall. It said sometime in the fall. So soon. Well, it might be fall for Japan, but like for us, it might be later. So actually, maybe not soon. But yeah, it's gonna be on Netflix. Baki Hanma. Yeah. This nigga ain't never gonna beat his dad.
We'll see.
We'll see. But yeah, I watched the first episode of Baki. That's really nothing though. Let me talk about all the shit that I watched that you did not watch. Let me get that out of the way first. So I watched Josee the Tiger and the Fish. I don't think I told you about that. That was a movie that came out in theaters that I saw with Lewis. And it's kind of like a silent voice, basically. It's about a dude that befriends like a disabled girl, and then he starts to like her. This one's in a wheelchair, and that's basically the plot of the movie. It's not nearly as good as a silent voice, though. It's much more cliche. The girl that he's interested in is really tiny, so like they don't tell you how old she is for like half the movie, and everyone in the theater is just kind of like, what's going on here? Whenever they get like remotely intimate, and then she's like, oh, I'm 24, and everyone's like, oh, okay. So but it was, overall the movie was like kind of average. The animation wasn't like anything special. Like, I don't know, the conflicts were like stupid and dumb. There's a lot of just like the characters, like, you know, in a relationship movie when the characters like stop liking each other because someone doesn't hear like something the other person says, or they think they don't like them anymore when they do like them, or just some stupid misinterpretation shit. That happened in this movie, and it's really annoying, and it's like it goes on for a really long time, and I just don't like it. It's a silent voice, but just like worse. So I don't know. If I had to say one funny thing about the movie though, there's a scene where there's like a grandma character, and the grandma character dies. But the way they reveal she dies is they play like the Japanese like funeral music, and they go, like, you know what I mean? And Lewis and like other people in the theater were like ironically like, yo, this shit bumps, like, oh shit, yeah. And then they show the picture of her grave, like the picture that they put next to the grave of like Japanese people, and everyone's like bumping the song, and everyone's like, oh shit, she died, oh fuck. So everyone in the theater like simultaneously like, oh, after they were just like bumping the song, and it was very funny. That was the one good part. Everything else though was bad. The side characters were bad. The main girl was bad. I give it a 4 out of 10. It's not the worst thing I've ever seen, but if you want to watch a movie about a guy that fucks a disabled girl, just watch Silent Voice.
I think I'll pass.
Yeah, you should pass.
I got
4 out of 10.
I got anime to watch. If I'm watching a film, it's gonna be a Ghibli.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good ones. Wicked City, Jinro. You got good ones that you gotta watch, Manny.
I want to watch like I think it's called Paprika, something like that.
Oh, I love Paprika. Inception is based on Paprika. It's really good.
Yeah, probably. But I still gotta watch shit.
So there was that one. There was Josee the Tiger and the Fish. Then do you know about the words bubble up like soda pop? Like, do you know what I'm talking about when I say that?
I don't know.
Let me see if I can show you. It's I'm gonna send it to you on my anime list. This was on Netflix.
I found it already.
Yeah, that one is also not very good. That shit pissed me off. I fucking did not like that one at all.
100% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Fucking no. Fuck no. That's wrong. That's bad. That movie was annoying as fuck, Manny. It's another relationship movie. It has a very nice art style. It has a soundtrack by the guy that did Ping Pong, like the same guy. And I was like, oh, okay, that was dope. You know, and it has like a nice premise because these two people are socially awkward, and one of them wears a mask because she's like self-conscious about her buck teeth. Another one wears headphones because like noise cancellate headphones because he wants to like push out the world. And they both start to like each other, and they both start to befriend each other despite their anxieties. So it's like kind of cute at first. But then they go on this like quest to find this record for this grandpa character. And it's like the grandpa character, like a record, like, you know, that you play on like a turntable. And they like are just looking for, and that's just like the plot of the movie. It's just them looking for this fucking record. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what is happening? Like, I don't want to watch this. What's going on? And then, long story short, spoiler alert, Manny, The dumb fucking female character breaks the fucking record like a fucking idiot. Like, they finally find it after all this time, after the whole fucking movie, the whole second act. They finally find it, and they're about to play it on the turntable. And, like, there's a bunch of other characters. There's a bunch of side characters. So, like, everybody in the room is, like, there. It's like, all right, this is what we've been building up to. Let's go. And she takes it out of the record, and she just starts, like, running around and, like, playing with it. And I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing, bro? Oh, my God. And the film is playing this off like, oh, it's cute that she's doing this. And I'm like, no, this is not fucking cute. You're gonna break it. And guess what, Manny? She fucking breaks it, like, because she's a fucking idiot. And the movie does not acknowledge how stupid she is. The movie just keeps going on like, uh-oh, she made a baddie. It's not her fault. Fuck that bitch. Fuck that movie. 3 out of 10. Wasted my goddamn time. I could go further into it, but once again, I don't think I took notes. Let me see. I'm sorry. It's been a long time since I watched a lot of these, so you're going to get, like, very, very bare bones reviews.
So that one was worse than the...
Yes, that one was worse than the disabled one. The disabled one was, like, just cliche and boring. This one was, like, fucking stupid. The disabled one, if you tied me down to a chair and told me to watch that again, I'd be able to watch it again. It was like, I derived some value. I gave that a 4. A 4 is not that bad. But the one that I just watched, that's like a 3. I give that one like a 3. So that's that. And then whatchamacallit? So I just talked about 2 of my things. So am I on to shows now? Let me see. Let me see. I want to talk about, like, Maid in Abyss and, like, all that other stuff last. Okay, let me talk about Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, because that's, like, one that you haven't seen. And then we can talk about all the other stuff. So I already watched season 1, and I loved season 1 a lot. I fucking love Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid season 1, and I rewatched it, and the show is, like, even better than I remember. It's one of those comedy anime that I find genuinely fucking funny. And it's, like, basic premise. It's like a dragon turns into a maid for this, like, random girl that just, like, lives in Japan. And it's very cutesy. And it's, like, that's kind of the entire show. It's very kawaii. But it's like, creative funny. A lot of anime that have, like, premises like that just kind of repeat the same joke, and it's, like, the same gimmick. Like, I think you said it before with, like, relationship anime, where it's just, like, the same thing and they don't do anything else. This is not that. It's very creative, and it's, like, the jokes are, like, very well done and very well executed, and they're, like, different and varied despite them being in this, like, very, like, pinpoint genre of, like, a joke where it's like, oh, it's cutesy shit. There is fan service too, but the fan service is always as a source of comedy. It's never like High School DxD where it's like it's trying to, you know, get your nut off. It's like it's always to be fucking funny. And I can't really give any examples, but it's consistently hilarious. So it's like there's a side of it that's just like really funny where you get genuine laughs, and then there's another side of it where it's like really heartfelt and really like emotionally driven. There's no like serious arcs where like people are mad at each other or there's like conflicts, but it's just like these characters really like each other, and you really like that all these characters like each other, and they're all like dragons too, so they're not like part of this world, and they all operate like differently. So like seeing them get accustomed to like the human lifestyle is really fun. And yeah, I'm gonna look at my notes, but it's a really good show that I really like a lot, and I'm enjoying it. It's probably my favorite show of this season, and that's bolstered by the fact that like when it started, it was the anniversary of the Kyoto Animation like arson thing. Do you know about that?
Run that by me again.
Kyoto Animation, like the studio that makes Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid and like Violet Evergarden and like A Silent Voice. Yeah. Like someone set fire to their studio and like yeah, and like a bunch of people died. But like it for Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, I believe it's not the first thing, but it's like I think it's the first like show that's coming out since then, and it's like really cool because like one of the guys who like died in the fire like his name like pops up in the opening, like at the end of the opening is like series directed by da dude. So it's like this series was already like very emotional and like heartfelt, and it's like bolstered by the fact that it's like the people that like kind of passed away and like are gone. It's almost like honoring them, and it's like very nice and it's very sweet.
That's cool.
Yeah, I don't really know what else to say. It's the voice acting is very good, the editing is very good, the animation is genuinely good. It's a very well executed comedy anime. I don't see a lot of those. I don't like a lot of those, and I just like this one a lot. And I know it's probably not something that you'd like be interested in, but I would highly recommend giving it a try. It's something I like. I would give it a 6 out of 10. I know that sounds low, but a 6 is good on my scale. Like, it's really good to me. Objectively, it's a 6, but like I still like it a lot. So that's that. That's my score for Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid.
Season 2 is done, or is it still airing?
No, it's still going.
Okay.
Yeah. New episodes every Wednesday. You told me to catch up. I was like, should I rewatch season 1? You were like, rewatch season 1. I was like, okay.
Did I tell you? I didn't say rewatch it.
You told me, like, I was like, should I just start with season 2 and like, or should I wait till it's finished? You told me to like watch it weekly. That's what you told me. I was like, should I wait till it's finished or should I watch it weekly? And you're like, nah, bro, watch it weekly. And I'm like, okay. So I watched the whole thing and I'm caught up now. And that's like my favorite show of this season. And that got me back on my anime grind. I was like, yes, this is it. I'm back in my game. Yeah, I'll send you my notes on that one. Like through iMessage or whatever. Share a note. How do you share a note, Manny? How do you share a note like you share it? Oh, here we go.
Like on the notes app?
Yeah. I think I did. I think I know how to do it. There we go.
Were you sharing your notes on the show?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's what I got with Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. And then the rest, Maid in Abyss, Beastars, Mononoke, and Dorohedoro. So we can talk about...
Go talk spoiler free about Dorohedoro.
Okay. This is the one that I'm the freshest on, because I just finished this one. Dorohedoro. So, have you like seen anything on it? Like, do you know anything about it? Like, what the plot is and stuff?
Not at all.
If I had to give like my basic impressions of the show, I really, I said this before, Manny, and I'll say it again. The visual aesthetic of a show means so much to me. If your show looks good and it like has a distinct art style and like it has like a very unique design and just like it has like its own personality, I will fuck with your show heavy on that, no matter what issues it has. Dorohedoro has a lot of like issues. It has like a lot of writing issues that I'm not a fan of. The animation is not perfect. It's like 3D animated, and constantly as I'm watching the show, I'm like, this doesn't look bad, but if it was like good 2D animation, it would be like so fucking godlike. And it chooses not to be. It chooses to be 3D. And it's not the worst thing in the world. There are worse 3D shows. But it's like, fuck, man. This could be amazing if it like didn't look like this. Despite all of its issues, I love its art style. I love the way the world looks, and I love the character design. In this universe, like, if I had to describe Dorohedoro, it's dirty. Everyone is like fucking grungy as fuck. Everyone's wearing like ghetto ass clothes or like just some fucking dirty ass shit. And it's consistent like with everybody, no matter what their personality, no matter who they are. And it's just so cool. And there are some characters, there's like one dude that like wears a suit, but he wears like fucking sneakers that are like all like fucking banged up. And it's just really cool. I like the concept, like with the powers and stuff. And the reason why like the show is like so dirty is because there's like this one civilization where these people have superpowers and they're like sorcerers. And they go to this other area that called the Hole where people don't have powers. And they fucking just test out their magic on them. And the Hole, like the place where most of the show takes place, that's like the dirty area that you see in like the trailers and like in the promotional images and stuff. And it's just really nice because like, despite how dirty and like grungy the show is, the characters are very like sweet, and it is a very like heartfelt show. So that juxtaposed with like the fucking gross like dirty toilet like setting of the series, I fucking vibe with that a lot. I really vibe with that. The characters are sweet and wholesome. Even the bad guy, bro. Like the bad guy in this show, I don't even know if I can call him a bad guy. Like he's likable as hell. Not likable in like, yo, I fuck with this bad guy because he's doing bad things. Likable in the sense of like, yo, he's just a fun character. He's just like fun. I don't love this series, and I won't go into it like objectively. I don't think it's like the perfect thing. Animation is a problem, writing is an issue, but I love these characters and I love its art style. And if they make a second season, I will watch it. My rating is a 5 out of 10, but a 5 is not bad on my scale. Remember, you know, a 5 is like mid, like it's mediocre, but I do still like it, and I will watch a second season if it comes out. Yeah, I enjoyed it. And if you watch it, I would love to go further into it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably
If you change your mind though, it's whatever. I only watched it because you said you were gonna watch it, but we can watch something else.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna watch it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna watch it. I'm probably gonna watch it after Michiko and Hatchin.
Oh, you're gonna watch Michiko and Hatchin? All right, I gotta watch Michiko and
After
Hatchin.
Vivy, I'm gonna watch that because 3 episodes in, I'm loving that shit.
Fuck. Okay. Well, I gotta watch it now. Woo! I'm so excited to rewatch Michiko and Hatchin. Oh my god, I remember that series so fondly. Yeah, that's gonna be dope. That's gonna be dope. All right, so that's Dorohedoro. Now let's talk about the main course, Manny. Let's talk about the good shit. What do you want to start with? Maid in Abyss, Beastars, or Mononoke?
I think we should talk about Mononoke last.
Okay, let's talk about Mononoke last. What do you want? Let's talk about Maid in Abyss first, because I have a lot to say about Beastars. I got the least to say about Maid in Abyss. You take the helm on this one.
Maid in Abyss.
Maid in Abyss. Do you like it?
I like the art style.
Mm-hmm.
It reminds me. It feels like I'm watching Cartoon Network.
Yes.
I like that.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. I wrote that in my notes. I literally wrote that in my notes. Yeah. It's the overall tone of the show feels like Cartoon Network.
Right.
like the plot and everything.
Yeah. The fucking. Oh, what else was I gonna say? There's something. Something I was gonna say. Maybe I'll remember later. But the setting is.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
It is
when
beautiful.
they show like panned out shots of the city and the cave.
Yes, bro.
Damn, that shit looks sick.
Yeah. You should see the fucking manga panels, bro. It's like, oh my god. It's a great like you said it last time, it's a very good concept for a show.
Yeah.
They're making a Maid in Abyss live action. That's how good of a concept it is. If they make a live action, that means Hollywood wants it. And they're like, damn, these Japanese niggas know what they're doing.
Yeah, let me just leech off them real quick.
Yeah,
but the show looks cool.
Mm-hmm.
The cave is cool.
The cave is cool.
The show I can, from the first couple episodes, I can tell that the show is quality.
Yeah.
And I can tell they care, they take their time with the show.
Mm-hmm.
And like the cave is so interesting.
Yeah.
Because once they start talking about curses and shit, and like you see like the outcomes of the curses, is like, damn.
Yeah.
You're just thinking like, what are these people like? What are these characters getting into? You know?
Yeah, I know.
And then you find out the main character that she was dead at birth.
Yeah.
She died and she got brought back. And it's like,
it's a very enticing premise.
What is going on?
Because the stakes are high, but there's also, it's not just like a basic like I'm a random guy and I'm going down. I am a unique person and I have unique abilities that are going to change like my story compared to everyone else's story, but it's not going to de-escalate the stakes of this like journey in general. Like when she goes down, you know, she still gets fucked up like everybody else. And that's what when it first came out, that's why everyone like fell in love with it. At least from my perspective, people were like, yo, it's like a Cartoon Network show, but it's dark as fuck, bro. The bitch is bleeding out her eyes. And I was like, yeah.
I was gonna mention that scene. That scene was crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I was going crazy when I saw that shit.
Really?
I was going crazy. Like I was like, damn. I was like, is this the last episode? Or
yeah. You thought she was gonna die?
Dude, I thought I was on episode 12 already.
Yeah. It's good.
It was crazy. And then like she was like, you're gonna have to break my arm. And he's like, grab the rock.
Yeah.
Screaming. I was like, damn.
The voice acting was very good. It's a very well executed show. It's got a very good soundtrack. It's got a very good animation. The setups. This is an example of a show, at least for this first season, that is very well written. It establishes like these mysteries, and it gives you enough information to entice you and make you go like, ooh, where is this gonna go? And then it brings you scenarios that only work because of the given information that they give to you. So when the dude like launches up and he like goes on that hill, you're like, oh fuck, bro, what'd you do? You just like, you're not supposed to ascend. You just went like mad far, super fast. Bitch is gonna die. And it's like, oh my god. Yeah, and it's just great. And there's like new things that they introduce too. Like, so you don't know everything from the beginning. Like when you see the what's her face? I don't remember her name. The bunny girl. When you see her, like they don't tell you about that in the beginning. So there's
that's
still
a whole new thing.
There's still more to explore in this world. The Cartoon Network comparison is very good because what makes this show so good is not that it's dark, it's that it's dark juxtaposed to its very lighthearted nature. When the show is not, when characters aren't like fucking bleeding out of their eyes and like, you know, half fucking naked.
Like Trigun.
Huh? Like Trigun?
Like, kind of like Trigun.
Yeah.
It's like he's lighthearted, but it gets deep sometimes.
Yeah, and it maintains that. Like I can say in like the next movie and like, you know, just in general, the show is still very much like it still manages to stay lighthearted despite all the fucked up stuff that you see and all the messed up shit. You know, like Watch Mojo YouTube videos where like top 10 saddest character deaths. This was in that, and this is why I watched the show, because I watched like a YouTube video on like the MIDI death, and I'm like, oh my god, that sounds crazy. I gotta watch that show. What do you think about that?
I heard that. Yeah. I'm talking about the girl that got fucking blasted by fucking robot guy, right?
What? Yeah. I did. Yeah, that was really sad.
It was sad.
Yeah, it's a very sad show.
Yeah, it was sad, and I like how adding the bunny girl. She was great. Adding her, and like when they added her, they showed like the villain. It was super interesting, and plus how they explained the curse is like, yo, you can, if you go down, you're good, but if you come back up, that's you get that curse. I like how it's like that, you know. I like how it's like that's how it's set up. It's interesting. Like,
it leads to
like
interesting
she was
concepts.
explaining it like she had that blanket. She was like, yeah, you can go under, but if you break through, you're fucked.
Yeah.
And that's why like they sent her and her friend down, came back up.
Yeah. I guess they did. Okay, I guess they didn't explain that before. I got that wrong because the recap movies left a lot of stuff out, so I like was filling in some gaps. But you're right. They explained that afterwards. That concept is good because it forces the characters to like go down and not go back, you know? So they can't do that. And it's it's honestly like, I want to say it's on the same level as like Promised Neverland, where it has like really good setups in terms of its writing. It's on the same level where they set things up and they establish like these concepts, but they don't tell you everything, and they lead you to be intrigued as to where it's gonna go. And I believe that this show is gonna go somewhere. Some anime are a fluke where they have like a premise and then they don't go anywhere like fulfilling, and then it's like bad in the end. I don't think this is gonna be one of those. I don't think this is gonna be one of those anime.
I don't think so either. Because there's so many questions, like how his mom knew the white-haired kid at the school.
Yeah.
You know, they was together. So the white-haired kid he's like above average when it comes to the what do they call it? The cave hunters?
Yeah, the cave. Yeah, cave dwellers or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah, so that was cool. You know, her mom. You know.
Yeah.
Everything about her is the villain.
The villain, bro. The movie. Yeah, the concept and everything is awesome, and the movie is like the arc with the bad guy. It's like the full arc with him.
It's the whole thing.
It's the whole thing, and it's good. It's really good. It gets like, I don't say this as like a negative thing, but it gets like very like shonen-y. Like there's like a battle, like there's like a fucking like anime battle, and I'm like, oh fuck, but it's like, it's not like forced. It's like within the logic of like the universe, and like they use the abyss to like their advantages and stuff like in the fight. It's really fucking cool because you wouldn't think that a series like this would go in that direction, and when it does and it doesn't feel forced, you're hyped as fuck because you're like, oh shit, I wasn't expecting some like Dragon Ball level stuff from this show, and you really do get that from the movie, and now the bunny girl is just like part of the group. Like she's like a character now. And I'm like, yes, bro. And she like complements the other two so fucking well. Like she works.
She was great.
Yeah.
She showed up.
She worked extremely well. And I'm excited for her. And Bone Druid, he's a very interesting bad guy. He's probably one of the most intriguing because he's like, it's fucked up, but he doesn't care. You know, he's like, this is my ideology. This is the right way. I don't understand why you're so upset that I killed your friend. It's not that fucking deep. Stop being a bitch. The movie was really good. I don't know how much I can say without spoiling, but it adds to the universe in interesting ways. It has like its own story. It feels like its own like complete story. It doesn't feel like it feels like an arc. It feels like I'm watching like a whole arc. It's better than Mugen Train. If I had to compare it to Mugen Train, if I had to compare this as like a movie that connects to the anime and is like an arc and has like a whole thing, I like this way more than Mugen Train. It's not boring. I didn't get bored watching this movie. I was like invested. It went by like that. It felt like I was watching like episodes. It didn't even feel like I was watching like a movie. Yeah. So I think you'll like it. It was really good. And it's Bone Druid. You know, is that bad guy. So it gets fucked up. And you're like, oh, no, not again. So it's good. I'd recommend it. I mean, you're gonna have to if you want to watch season 2. But yeah, it has good characters. It has great concepts. It has a lot of questions that like make you want to watch further. Like what's gonna happen in the abyss? Who sent her the letter? Like where does the robot boy come from, and like what are his powers, and like what can he and can't he do? There's a lot of good setups, and it's a very well written, very thoughtful show, very good animation, very good soundtrack, very lighthearted nature that's thanks to the writing and thanks to like the tone. That's very I give that a lot of praise because that's hard to do. It's hard to make a show like have dark moments but like also maintain like that like whimsical childlike nature that you have in the beginning. Cartoon Network is the best comparison to make. Yeah, I think that's all I got to say about Made in Abyss. I don't really have any complaints.
Things I didn't like though.
Okay, talk to me.
One, I feel like what level did it get to when they meet the bunny girl? Was it the 4th level?
I think it's the 3rd level. Take into account I watched the recap movies and I watched that shit at like ×4 speed because they were bad. The recap movies were just like truncated and like not well executed. So I was just kind of watching it to catch up. So I didn't really like pay attention to like the, you know, minute details. I believe it was level 3 though. And I didn't remember like all the rules they said. Like I don't remember what they said happens at like level 3.
Is it level 3?
Yeah, look it up.
Because it wasn't level 3 the Great Fault.
I can look it up right now. Give me a second. Made in Abyss. Rules of Abyss. All right. Third layer, Great Fault. Yeah, that's what it says. Strains of Ascent. In addition to aforementioned effects, vertigo combined with visual and auditory hallucinations. The third layer consists of 4-kilometer vertical cliff, making it highly challenging area to cross. Save for the large cave network around the main shaft, aerial predators are common, including crimson split jaws, which is the thing that attacks her in like the first episode, the giant red lizard thing. I don't know if that's the one. Layer the goblets of giants. Fourth layer, a strange human jungle of strong vines weaving to form giant concave discs that capture water from the air. No, it was the fourth layer. It was the fourth layer.
Yeah. See, and the sixth layer is the last one, right?
No. I think so. I think maybe given our knowledge in the show now, maybe it's the last one. I don't know. On the Wikipedia, maybe this is a spoiler, but it shows another one. It shows a seventh one. I don't know if they mentioned that or not, though.
Well, I know Nanachi, the girl, the bunny girl, so they found her in the fourth layer.
Yeah. And
I know that she gets dropped to the sixth layer and brought back up, and that's when she gets the curse. So the six layers are the curses. I feel like they kind of like the first 1 to 3 layers kind of got like it was like speed running. They kind of like
they got it like too easy. Fast. Yeah.
I know like he has a little grappling hook, but I feel like there was like first layer, piece of cake, 2, 3,
yeah,
4. Well, it was like by episode 10, there was at 4 already. So I was like, and there's only 2 more layers.
So you're saying that, yeah,
that was kind of fast.
Mm-hmm. So, I understand. I feel you.
I feel like the first 2 layers have like, I feel like when I was thinking, I feel like they was gonna spend a lot of time in each layer, so like you can get a grasp of like this is how this layer is like.
Yeah, they really gave off the impression that it was gonna be hard as fuck, and I kind of gave that a pass. The reason why I gave that a pass is because the lady, I think they get through the first layer by themselves. I think they say that. I think they say the first layer is easy and that's like not that hard. So when they get past that, I'm like, okay, that's fine. And then they do the second layer and they're kind of struggling, but then they meet whatever the girl that looks like fucking the lady that looks like Marceline from Adventure Time. They meet her, and because they meet her, I think they get like, I don't remember how they get to the 3rd floor, but she like helps them in some way. I thought, I don't know, maybe she just said goodbye. But she like gave them shit.
I think she said goodbye.
Okay. I thought she like helped them get down some way. Like, I don't know, gave him a rope or something. I can't remember. But
a rope? He has a grappling hook.
Yeah, I don't know.
But yeah, that's I don't know. Because by episode 10, I was already at the 4th layer. I was like, damn.
How did they get through the 3rd layer?
The 3rd layer, that's the Great Vault or Fault. So. They was going in holes through the fault.
Oh yeah. They really did. They really did power through it. And you're right. I think there are technically only 6 layers, like as the show describes. So it feels like. But this isn't a series that's done, Manny. The manga's still going, so it's really weird.
I know, but that's like when I was watching it, I was like,
yeah.
Damn, we're at the 4th layer. By this pace, we're gonna hit 6 by episode 15.
I know, bro. That's valid because, like, especially with the Cartoon Network comparison, I don't know if you really watch like Disney Channel or like Cartoon Network shows, but like there are shows like very similar to this in like concept, where it's like there's like an ultimate goal and it's like being set up like slowly as time goes on.
Like that one show, Gravity Falls.
Yeah, I think about Gravity Falls all the time when I watch this show. And Gravity Falls has like layers to it. Like there are these books that they have to collect in Gravity Falls, and that's like the main thing that you're watching as a viewer. You're waiting to see like when he's going to get like the 3rd book and like what it's going to reveal about the secrets of Gravity Falls. And it takes long, bro. It takes him mad long to like get the stuff. And if he does it like that, it kind of deflates like the importance of it. It doesn't make it as like cool because he just did it in like a second, you know? And yeah, I mean, I guess they could have kind of had this mentality where they approach like each layer as if it's like its own arc. Like the third layer could be like a whole 12 episodes, and the fourth layer could be like a whole arc in and of itself. And yeah, I don't know, maybe they kind of abandoned that.
I like how the fourth layer, when they met Nanachi, like I feel like the fourth layer, I remember the fourth layer vividly.
Yes.
They spent time there, you know.
You remember
like,
that location.
I remember the fault because the fault was just it's like a cave. It's like abyss in an abyss, and it was just like this hole. That's the third layer. That's it. And I was like, really? That was kind of. I don't know. When I going in, I thought this is gonna be like some treacherous, crazy cave, deep dive, but not. When I was watching, I was like, "Yo, no bullshit. I can probably go to the fourth layer by myself."
Yeah, I think. I don't know if
I get the part that the robot's OP in the show.
Yes,
I get it. But he kind of like helps the speed run. I don't know. I thought it was kind of. It was like.
I agree. I do not disagree with that. That makes sense.
Overall, it made the abyss less interesting, but I'm still like.
You still want to watch the show.
The mysteries are still like.
Enticing enough.
So.
Enticing enough to make you want to keep watching the show, but you're disappointed that like the show is not approaching the abyss with its fullest potential. You could have had like a Gravity Falls kind of pace. You could have had like a season for each one. I agree. I do not disagree with that sentiment. I just watched the recap movie, so like I forgot about that. But you're right. I will say the next arc does not disappoint in that sense. The next arc does feel like this is this layer's like arc, or like this whole thing.
Yeah, that's good.
And yeah, I really like the movie. I really like the movie. I'd give Maid in Abyss, like the show, I'd give it like a 7, and I'd give the movie like a 6. The movie's pretty good. It's a movie, so I rank it differently. But once again, a 6 is good. 6 isn't bad. Don't see that as a negative.
And I also had one more problem with the show.
Talk to me.
When they met Marceline, fucking that guy, fucking they had that little fucking training arc. Yeah. And I was like, oh my god, dude! Like, I don't want to see a fucking training arc, dude. Like, plus it was like the training arc was like, you guys gotta learn how to work together. Yeah. I was like, okay. They work together. Yeah. And then it's like, and then the girl's like, yeah, they're ready for the next layers. I'm like, what the fuck what did they get trained on? Yeah, exactly. They are already working. They're all they have. Like, she depends on him, he depends on her. Yeah. And then, like, she like reinforced that idea, and she's like, now they're ready. No, but
didn't they go in the forest and like do a bunch of shit?
They fought some beast.
Yeah.
But it was like, I feel like without her training,
I know.
They could have did that anyway. It wasn't like she was like, this is how you fight this one, and blah blah blah. It was like, fight that guy. They fight him. Now you're ready. It was like, what training is this? Like, who the fuck are you to be training us?
Yeah, that's valid.
I thought that was whack as fuck.
Yeah, that is kind of poor justification.
I was like, this is boring as fuck. It was like, dude, this is ridiculous, bro.
Bro, when I was watching the recap movie, that was the part where I was like 4 times speed, bro. On High Dive, like the streaming service that like has Made in Abyss, they allow you to watch it at 4 times speed on PC, and I'm like, yo, this is OD. Every fucking service should have this shit.
I was watching Baki at 2.
Bro, that's why I'm not gonna watch Baki, because I have to watch it at 2 times speed if I'm gonna watch it, because it's too slow. It's too like takes time too much.
Slow. 2 times speed is not enough, bro.
I can imagine.
Speed, I fucking hate Baki, bro. I fucking hate that shit. I hate Baki. That show is shit. Fuck that show. You know what makes me so mad, Ali? I'm gonna have to watch season 4.
Why are you subjecting yourself to that pain if you don't want to?
Because I have to, dude.
Why do you have?
The show is so ass. I have to watch.
You don't have to watch. You want to watch the opening right now? You want to watch the opening?
I'll watch it. I'll watch it later.
Later. Okay.
But yeah, that Made in Abyss. That was all my negatives.
That's valid. There, like I said, it does get like tropey in that sense, where it's like, oh, we're doing a training arc in this kind of show, really? Yeah. Okay. There's more stuff like that in the Bones Root stuff, but it feels valid and it feels like it fits within the thing. So seeing kind of like I said earlier, seeing Dragon Ball-esque like fights mixed with like already this good concept of like the Abyss and having them like converge together already with a bad guy, like this doesn't feel like a series that needs a bad guy. This doesn't need an antagonist, but it does. And it getting one is like, oh shit, there's a bad guy and he's like trying to stop them and they're trying to like beat him. It's like, oh fuck, it gets like really cool. And I love the movie.
The thing is with that too is like if they do a training arc and they get something out of it, then it's fine.
Yes.
They didn't get. It's not like they did a training arc and in a robot, his blast cannot make him knock out. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly.
So,
exactly. For example, if they do a new training arc and the robot can grapple like 10 times longer and he's stronger, like, you actually see it. It's cool. It's like I wouldn't want to see Goku train against Frieza and him not use Kaioken. Shit like that. You know what I mean?
I agree.
I want to see what you trained for applied.
Very, very well spoken, Manny. I agree.
But in conclusion, Made in Abyss was good. The mysteries are great. The setting's great. The cave's cool. I'm excited.
You like the opening? The opening?
I don't even remember the opening.
Damn, Manny! Oh my god. Okay, it's not getting a little paparazzi little thing next to your list. Damn. No, okay.
I don't remember. You know what it is though? I like Mononoke's.
Yeah, I love Mononoke's. Yeah. Okay. What would you rate Made in Abyss? Do you know?
I know we rate differently, but I'll probably give it this like 7.5 range.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd also give it a 7. I know that you have to I know that you like put more thought into your rating, so it's okay if you like change it.
It's not an 8.
Yeah, it's definitely not an 8. The season itself, it's got good ideas. Maybe as a whole, when it's finished, maybe it will be an 8 if it fulfills the plot lines it establishes. If it doesn't, it's whatever. The first season is a 7. The movie is a 6. Don't take those ratings too harshly, though. Like me putting the movie below the show. Just by proxy of it being a movie and the show being as big and as like jam-packed as it is, I give more credit to the show because it's like doing more and it's handling more. And the movie's just like 2 hours of like this one short like arc. So like movie's a 6. Movie's good. I feel like if I give it a 6, then it sounds like I'm saying it's bad, but I'm not saying that. It's good. Yeah.
All right. Beastars.
Oh, Beastars! Spoiler alert, Manny. I loved it. I fucking loved it. I thought it was alright. You thought it was alright? Okay. Talk to me.
I didn't really love it.
You didn't really love it. I had issues with it too. And honestly, it's been a while, so I'm gonna need to kind of recollect.
It has been a while. Yeah.
So let me pull out my notes. So at the end of season 1, I had to like watch the recap thing because this show does not give a fuck if you missed it. At the end of season 1, the fucking dude, whatchamacallit, goes what's his face? Rui, dear boy. Rui, the dear boy, he's just gone. Season 1 had the reason why I was so excited for season 2 because season 1 had a fucking amazing cliffhanger. Like everything, you were excited to see where everything went. Because in season 1 they had a fucking end credit scene where they revealed that like season 2 was going to be about like the murder kind of thing.
The murder,
like they enticed that. And just like all the marketing of this season, like the poster, the like the poster is really cool, and it's complimentary of the season. The stakes in this one are so much higher than the first. The first one is more of like a drama in high school with like some, you know, serious stuff, like fights that happen near the end. This one is full on like murder mystery. Who killed my boy Tem? And I just think that's so cool. Like I said, I love when more like tropey like anime shit goes into a series that doesn't feel like it should have that. Made in Abyss doesn't feel like it really needs a bad guy. This series doesn't really feel like it needs fights or like a murder mystery, but it does, and it gets it, and it feels like valid, and I'm just like, holy fuck, this is awesome. And I'm enjoying that aspect of it a lot. And so I was just
Hold
on.
You know how you said a show doesn't need this thing?
Mm-hmm.
Mononoke did not need that Super Saiyan form, but it had it, and I was like, what the fuck?
Yes.
We'll talk about that later.
Yes.
It really, Mononoke did not need it.
It didn't. Mononoke is so good. But Beastars. I really like when like a show has something to say, or it has like a message, and the entire concept of Beastars and its entire premise is it already was really good in season 1 with like what it was trying to say about like the dichotomy between herbivores and like carnivores, and how that is kind of a simile for how we treat people in our world, depending on the differences between our genders or differences between our races. It's an analogy for that. That's why the show is animals, kind of because it's furry, but it's saying something more than just like, you know, animals are sexy, which is kind of like a stigma that I feel like the show has, but it's a lot more than that.
For sure.
And for me personally, I really tie the analogy of like what the show is with its carnivore and herbivore. I really tie that with like men and women specifically. I really find like Legoshi's struggle. Like there's something that Lewis told me that really fucks with me on like a daily basis. Lewis said to me, unironically, full on serious, like, I do not talk to females as friends. I do not value them as human beings. I only talk to females because I want to fuck them. And he meant that like seriously. And that is not something that like I can understand. And in the universe of Beastars, the idea with like carnivores is like, we tolerate you. You exist within this space, but like I want to fucking eat you out. Like not you know what I mean? Not like sexually, but like and there's Legoshi, who is trying his best to empathize with everybody and be nice to everybody despite his nature saying otherwise. And this series is just about him doing that. And I love so many moments in this fucking show because it does that so well. There's Vinland Saga, which asks these like really profound questions that you don't know the answer to, and it gives you an answer. It gives you an answer that makes sense, like when it comes to religion. And this show gives you an answer that makes sense when it comes to like just trying to abide by an emotion that doesn't coincide with who you are and your identity. You know, you are a carnivore, but you want to coexist with herbivores, and you want to be empathetic, and you want to be compassionate, and you want to like everybody. And that's hard. And it doesn't make sense. And like, why the fuck are you even in this world to do that? And the whole part with the insect, when he eats the insect, that's what that's about. And the whole bit where like the insect's like respect life, that bit is like synonymous with the whole fucking Vinland Saga bit in terms of its narrative significance in this show and this story. That's gonna bleed throughout the entire series. That like mentality and that logic, like, because the whole show's about him and the bunny girl, and that like mentality is about just like him and like his attitude towards everybody. I really like shows that have like ideologies that it's trying to teach or it's trying to say. That's why I love Berserk. That's why I love Devilman. That's why I love Ping Pong. And this is another one of those shows, and I really like it in that sense. Juxtaposed with the fact that it's a fucking murder mystery, and it's fun as hell. It's so fun to like watch things play out and watch like him slowly discover like how things are going. And there's a lot of fights in this show, and the animation is so good. Studio Orange is fucking godlike. Even when characters are just talking, Manny, it's not like bop 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 bop. Like their lips move in a very specific way, like towards how their like faces are, and their movements are very specific and very thought out. And the voice acting, I don't know if you're like as conscious of like the subbed voice acting. I don't know if there's like subbed voice acting that is as good.
I watched it in English.
Okay,
hey,
okay, it's okay.
I think I watched it in English because it was just more convenient for me at work.
Oh, yes, I understand. Is it good?
And I like Legoshi, like his
okay, gotcha.
Like he sounds the way he looks.
Gotcha. And this is just a show
but
where
in
it's
English,
like,
you're like, Rudy, where's Rudy? I'm like, bro, shut the fuck up. Where's Rudy? He hasn't come back.
Bro, he sounds awesome in the sub. All the voice actors are great in the sub. Every single one. The voice acting is like fantastic. And this is a show where people are just talking the whole fucking time. So the subtlety in your line delivery, like the way you deliver your lines is key to how like everything works in the show. If you fuck up the voice acting, you fuck up the entire thing. Everything revolves around that. The animation is built around the delivery in the lines. The emotional gravitas of like the moments and like the weight of each scene is built around that. It's a talky show and it relies on that. And that part is very, very good. Do you have anything to say? I mean, I'm just going on. I can keep going.
I'll keep going.
Okay. Let me get a look at my notes. I really just like everybody's arc in this show. I feel like every character, even if they are a side character, is like really interesting. I love, like I said, I love the philosophies of like this show and like each character's different perspective and mentality. You have the bad guy, the bear dude, who has like a completely different perspective on how he empathizes with herbivores and how he like connects with them. You know, Tem's like, don't betray your nature. I value you for who you are. You don't have to feel bad about your nature. You don't have to feel ashamed about it. And you know, he eats Tem, and he like kind of sees that as like oh, Tem was okay with me eating him, but he just like made that up himself. Like, but even despite the ending, that ideology is like very. What I'm trying to say is I like everyone's different perspective, especially Rui. Rui's an amazing fucking character. He's a very well-written character. Alexander made a fuck ton of videos on him. And after finishing season 2, I just sat back and I'm like, I can't wait for these Alexander videos. I can't wait till these come out. Like, I'm waiting. He's got to make one. He made one on Vinland Saga. He has to make one on the fucking insect. Yeah, it's... I like everyone's different perspective. I like everyone's different struggle. I love the murder mystery aspect. I love when they find out who it is, and like when the moment when he like goes to like the nurse's office and he's like, Soka, like, and he's like, you killed them, and the bear. Oh, that moment is just so cool. How his like eyes go from like Winnie the Pooh to like anime eyes, and he like scratches the roof. I'm like, oh fuck, oh shit. I just love that. And the
I got things to say about that.
Yeah,
I like how it was done, because one it's like obviously it's this fucking guy. Like, obviously the big guy, the big fucking bear. He's the one that fits the description. But even though that's obvious, you don't think about it.
Yeah.
Because he's such a background character. He has like few lines in the background.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And it's like, you know he's there, but it's like, he didn't do it. But it's like, wait a minute. Obviously he did that shit.
Yeah.
Obviously his big ass did that shit.
Well, I think this when it comes to a mystery narrative, you want to kind of entice people on like what is a possibility. You want to implant something in their head and make them think it has to be this person. You want to make them think one thing and then subvert their expectations and make them think another. The worst thing you can do in like a mystery show is make it obvious, and then the person watching the show guesses it and like unironically is like, oh, I figured it out before the show wanted me to. That's the worst thing ever. And they do that. They make like Lego, she's like, oh, he's got big hands. I can like taste his teeth and stuff.
they do that initially, and they tell you these things specifically to make you think that it's Bill, the tiger guy, and then like that's who's like the primary suspect the whole time. So when you see it's a bear, it's like like they match up, but like not exactly. So, and that guy was kind of like a dick in like season 1, so it like kind of makes sense. And that's good writing, Manny. That's good writing. I really like that stuff.
It was done so like nonchalantly.
Yeah.
It was like, yo, help me bring this dude's arm back, okay? That's out. Yeah, you killed Sam, huh?
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck? I like how that was done.
Yeah, was cool. I really do like how that was done. I like, I didn't get to say this, but I really fucking love the soundtrack. Like when I finished the show, I downloaded like all the fucking songs on my phone. Like it's so good. And not to go off topic of like what we're currently talking about, but I feel like I have to say this. I love the soundtrack. It's a lot of like organic instruments like trumpets and like piano and like violin. It's not like dubsteppy like it's like violins and like strings. It's a lot of like instruments like that. And the opening of season 1, like Wild Side, where it was like like with the fucking trumpet in the beginning and all those instruments. It was a very organic instrumental thing. It didn't have a lot of electronic stuff because the soundtrack reflected that kind of instrumentation. So having this new opening with this Yaosobi person doing all this like Hawaii, hi, na, 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 I was like, oh my god, this sucks compared to the first one. It does not coincide with what this show is. And the person who did the song for this, she or he or them, I think they're like a partner thing. The artist is a very popular like Japanese artist, and it gives me the impression that like they only did the opening just because, you know, they're part of like a label and like the label wanted them to do the opening, not because like it benefited the show or it was useful for the show. JoJo openings are good, not because they get random fucking people, because they like, yo, can you do some like macho libro like JoJo shit? And they're like, I got you. And they like do a whole animation. The people who sing it. Go ahead.
He's screaming JoJo. He's like,
JoJo. Yeah, exactly. Do you know that like there's like the soundtrack for JoJo Part 3 has all the previous people who did the openings for JoJo sing like the JoJo like End of the World, like the second opening of JoJo. All 3 people that sang like the other ones came back to sing that one. Like. And it like switches between them all. And they did that with Part 4 too. Like Great Days, like everyone sings Great Days. Like everyone that ever did a JoJo opening.
The first one, right?
Great Days is the one from Part 4. It was like, let the joy of love take you higher. Na, 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 na. And they...
Bro, how do you know that?
Manny, I listened to all the openings. I haven't seen Part 4, but I've heard all the openings.
Ali, you know how long I've been waiting to talk about that opening in particular?
Oh, Manny, I'm sorry. Maybe I'll watch JoJo instead of Baki. How about that? Maybe I'll do that.
You wanna make me cry, bro.
I'm sorry. I love that opening. It makes me tear up.
Ali, that opening is so fucking good. It's like it's crazy. But you know how they did the reverse version?
I know they do a reversey thing with that one.
You haven't seen it though? I
haven't seen it though. No. I know they do some. Yeah, I'm saving it.
The reverse one is like, oh my god, dude. It's so good, bro.
I'm gonna watch it.
Like,
I know
the song is so good.
okay, Manny. Okay.
Oh my god, dude. You know the second one of Part 4?
There's Chase where it's like, yes,
bro.
Is that it? Is that
it.
Okay?
I love that fucking song.
Yeah, they're good.
And it takes you, and it takes you, and it shows like before that it's like it shows the camera zooming into the girl. It shows the cool animations and the arrows and he.
Yes.
That shit is so hype, bro. Ali, I listen to that shit at work. I'm telling you,
bro. I get it, man.
I listen to. It's been so long since I listened to an opening outside of this like home.
Yeah.
But I listened to both those openings at work. I have them down. I have them in my photos ready, bro. I'll be at work. Hey, sir. I genuinely love that song. Genuinely.
I know, Manny. I know. I fucking love it too. It's great. It's amazing.
And it just makes part. I already give part 4 a 10 out of 10, but it just makes part 4 like the best thing ever.
Bro, one of these days, Manny, would you rewatch JoJo? Would you rewatch all JoJo?
All of it? Probably not all. I'll rewatch Battle Tendency.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the one I'll rewatch right now.
Okay. I want to watch JoJo. I want to have a reason to like watch it all again, cause like I barely remember. I don't know if I want to watch part 3 again, cause that's like really fresh in my mind. Yeah, it's long, and I remember it very vividly. I don't need to rewatch that. But I'll watch part 5. Part 6 comes out this year, I think. I think it comes out at the end of the year. I have to catch up.
You know how incredibly excited I am for JoJo?
I am so glad you like JoJo. Everyone hates JoJo. That makes me so sad.
When people say they don't like JoJo, I don't care what they have to say about anything. Whatever you say does not fucking matter. Okay?
Oh my god.
See, I don't. If you say, bro, your opinions do not really matter to me. Honestly. Like, dude, for real. Like, dude.
Anime fan Manny.
Huh?
Anime fan Manny. That's what anime fans say. That's what people say about like One Piece. It's like, if you don't fuck with One Piece. Bro, I get it. There are people that will say that to me. I'll recommend JoJo. They'll start it and they just like, they won't tell me they finished it. I'm like, you fucking uncultured swine. You dumb fuck. Bro, and I was getting so mad because every fucking nigga that watched, because I was on top. I don't want to like be that guy. I was on top of things before other people. I was on top of One Piece before anybody. A lot of people still don't watch One Piece. I was on top of JoJo before anybody. Like, I was the first guy that started JoJo in our like circle of friends. I was the first one. So when I watched JoJo, I was like, yo, watch fucking JoJo. And my friend was like, and that was when it had the stigma of being like, yo, is this gay? Is this fucking gay? Is this for faggots? And I'm just like, bro, please watch it. And they couldn't watch it. Like, they couldn't even get through part 1. And I don't understand. Like, I understand that part 1 is not like this super enticing arc, and you might not love all the characters, but I fucking love part 1, and I can't explain it, and I don't want to get into it right now. But I fucking love part 1, and I fucking vibe with that shit so heavy. So when people tell me they don't like part 1, like, I kind of get it, but I'm kind of just like, oh, like, I don't even like to tell people like, get to part 2, it's so good. I don't like to tell people that because I got into it because part 1 was so OD to me.
One thing, I get when people like they watch it and they don't like part 1, and then it's like. Me, when I watched part 1, I didn't really think it's that crazy, but becoming more of a JoJo fan, I look back at part 1 and really like appreciate it.
Yes, it's like an anime flashback that they gave an arc. That's what part 1 is, and that's why I value it because it just has these. That's why I love Fist of the North Star, Manny, because Fist of the North Star is just JoJo part 1. If it was like a whole show, and part 1 of JoJo just has this holistically, 100% no flaws, good ass character that's like super. Holistically good, and then just like this super evil piece of shit, don't give a fuck about nobody bad guy, and it's just like the purest example of like good versus evil in the coolest way. And the ending, it's like perfect. The bad guy and the good guy both dying, and the good guy like embracing the bad guy in like an endearing way in its finals moment. Like that's amazing, Manny. It's amazing. One day we'll go into JoJo one day. I just like part 1.
JoJo is just, but yeah, I get it. I get when people don't like part 1.
Yeah,
but shit,
JoJo good.
They're missing out, man.
They are missing out. Bro, and it made me, what I was going to say, it made me mad because everyone, when part 5 dropped, people were like, yo, Ellie, I'm going to start getting back into JoJo. I was like, you fucking fake ass fuck. You son of a bitch. I was like, I don't like to be a gatekeeper kind of person. And I don't like to be someone that says like people can't like enjoy things or like try things again. But I was really frustrated because I was just like, I recommended the show to you. And now you want to come back because everyone else is saying it's good when I told you it was good like 2 fucking years ago. Anyways, that's just my thing. At least Lewis turned a new leaf. Seeing Lewis, his character arc, he was saying anime is bad. He told me Fullmetal Alchemist is bad. I'll never forget the conversation I had with him to make him watch Fullmetal Alchemist. Because like Lewis is a very like aggressive person, at least in high school he was, with his like opinions. So he'll like be like very vocal, like ha ha, Full Metal Alchemist is shit, ha ha ha, and like it was very, he like wanted to like start an argument and like start a conflict, and then like I was just like very calmly like, Lewis, I think you will like Full Metal Alchemist. I know that the first 10 episodes are like not really that good and engaging, but once you really get like neck deep into like episode 15 to 20, you are going to like it. Given the stuff that you tell me you like, I know that you will like Full Metal. And like Lewis just like stood there, he was like, okay. And then he watched it, and then for like a month, he would not stop talking about Full Metal. And I was like, yes, I did my job. It felt so good. Yeah. I'm glad he turned the leaf for JoJo.
I'm glad too. I don't know when Lucy's gonna come back from his boat, but hopefully he's back in time to watch part 6.
Yeah.
With me.
How does he watch anime? Does he just have Crunchyroll and stuff still? Like, how does that work?
I don't know. I think he said Funimation doesn't work in Japan.
I don't think it does. Yeah. I imagine it doesn't.
But he was watching Attack on Titan when it was coming out. So,
in Japan?
Yeah.
Wait, so like on Japanese TV? That would be crazy if he was watching on Japanese like cable.
I don't think it was on Japanese.
Yeah, probably wasn't.
That would be cool to say.
That would be cool to say. Yeah. I never hear stories about that. Like, I just want to know what it looks like, what Japanese cable looks like. Like, what is the user interface? Is it Xfinity? Do they got FiOS? What network is Attack on Titan on? What commercials play in between the episodes?
Does other anime play on the commercials?
Bro, probably.
That is interesting. Man, one day. Yeah.
Anyways, Beastars. Yeah.
We want a little JoJo.
Yeah, we want a little JoJo rant. That's okay. We can do whatever we want.
Yeah, I can talk about JoJo all day. I would be here all night talking about part 4 if you watched it.
Fuck, Manny. Do you think you could do that? You think you would remember it enough if I like tried to talk about it with you?
Part 4 is on my mind at all times.
Okay. All right. How long is it? 50 episodes?
30, 32.
30? I might give it a try, Manny. I might watch it. What's it on? Crunchyroll?
Yeah. You're gonna have to watch it one day.
Yeah, so I might as well watch it now.
You might as well watch that and part 5.
Yeah.
And we can watch part 6 and fanboy JoJo while it's coming out. That's something. Me and Lucy fanboying that shit when part 5 is coming out weekly.
It's 40 episodes. That's how long Diamond is Unbreakable is.
40.
And then part 5 is 40 as well. Interesting. That's a very odd cycle for a show to have.
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. I'm glad you like those openings.
Bro,
I like JoJo openings.
When you watch the reversed one of Great Days,
it's gonna blow your mind.
Take me higher.
I remember it word for word because I love it. I want that shit to be played at my funeral. When I die, I want someone to play a JoJo opening. I'm not even joking. You think I'm joking? I'm serious. If I die and I become a successful anime maker or whatever I do, that's like an artistic feat, I'm gonna have all my characters that I created over my life. I'm gonna have them all sing a JoJo opening. That's gonna be what I do, Manny. That's gonna be how I die. And you might die before me, so you might not get to see it, and I'm sorry.
Nah, I'm gonna have to be there to see that. I'll die the next day.
Yeah.
But you know the part 5 openings too?
No, I've never heard the part 5 openings.
Dude,
because I don't want to get spoiled. I want to experience it for myself.
You know nothing about part 5?
I know nothing. I know that I know 2 things that I'm not happy that I know, and I'm like upset that I know them.
What do you know?
I actually don't want to say it because I've never had it confirmed for me by someone, but I just like have a presumption.
Just say it. I don't even have my face on the screen.
One thing that I will say, I'm not what's the small kid in part 4. I saw him in part 5 and I was very upset. I was really fucking mad that I saw him because one of the things about part 4 that really made it compelling to me was because I had no idea what happened. And JoJo is a show where niggas will die left and right. So I'm sitting here watching him in fight scenes and I'm like, oh my God, he might be dying like any second. And when I saw him in part 5, it was just like a screenshot. I considered that like a spoiler. I was like, fuck. I was like, because that's one of the things I loved about JoJo. I never knew like who survived and who didn't and like who thing. And usually people don't transfer arcs like that. The only person that really does was like Joseph. Yeah. So I didn't think that part 5 and part 4 were even going to be linked like that. And I look at this nigga and I'm just like, fuck, like he's like I was really upset to see him. That's like the one thing. And I'm not even going to ask about the other thing because I really don't want to get spoiled and I want to kind of experience that for myself.
That's a valid reason.
Yeah.
Did you watch the Rohan Kisube side thing spinoff?
No, because that's like a part 4 thing, right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't watch that, but I saw it, and I'll watch it when I watch part 4.
Yeah, that shit was good.
Was it just like a comedy thing? Was it like a story?
Yeah, it was like it was cool. It was
okay.
It's like a JoJo story, but
on its own.
It dealt with more like supernatural stuff.
Interesting. I will watch that when I watch part 4. I promise.
Have to.
Yeah.
Have to. Rohan, he got his own spin-off. That's fucking crazy. When I think about all the JoJo characters, this guy got one.
I think it's because he got a manga spin-off. Like I think his like manga. I think he has the spin-off that he got in the anime was already like a manga, and I think that's why.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, he's a mangaka in the show.
That's dope.
And he's a fan favorite, especially in Japan. He's huge in Japan.
Well,
he was fucking great in the show too.
That's probably why he got fucking thing. That's probably why he was got a spinoff.
I like the stories that the spinoff did. So
I love JoJo, and I will watch it again one day. You ready to get back to Beastars? Do you have anything else to say about JoJo?
I love JoJo's.
Yeah.
Part 4 is the best. Josee is the best.
Yeah.
Part 4 has the best openings too.
Did you watch it? You watched it subbed, right? You didn't watch it dubbed?
I watched the sub.
Okay. I watched part 3 specifically dubbed. Part 3's dub is fucking phenomenal. It's very well done. Like, I think all the voice acting in part 3 is amazing. I think Dio is very good in part 3. Like, you'd think that he wouldn't be, because like he's iconic in the sub. In the sub, there are things that he says like the world. That's a meme. But like, and I don't know, just going into the dub, I'm like, oh, they're not gonna deliver it as well. But like his delivery and like just the energy that he gave, like the world. I was like, oh shit, oh my god, it was so much energy. And like, there are some times in anime where like in the sub, like when they go like muda, 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 like that's part of like the essence of the show. It's not just like yeah, he is saying a Japanese word, but like even if you don't understand it, it like has like, it's still gratifying because it's like he's saying a thing and it's like a repetitive thing, so you can say it yourself and it just sounds like he's grunting something. But in other like adaptations of JoJo, like in the old one, like the fucking 90s one that like looks like Fist of the North Star, like I think when they do it they go useless. And I'm just like, this is stupid. Like, don't say useless. That's not how it's supposed to be. You're supposed to say muda muda muda. And in the dub they say muda 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 and ora 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 ora. And I'm like, yes, holy shit. And
that's fucking cool that they did that.
Yeah, they do. And it's good. It's good. It's the dub for JoJo Part 3 is very good. The voice acting is fantastic. I love all of them. I love JoJo. All right. I don't know if I have anything else. Yeah, anything, Manny?
I always have something to say.
All right.
You didn't watch the part 4 and 5, so
I'm sorry.
We will continue. One day we're gonna have me, you, and Lewis on this call talking about JoJo.
That will be fucking awesome. I can't wait for that day. All right.
Wait, hold on, one more thing, because I didn't watch part 4 when Lewis was here, so he doesn't know my strong love for part 4. He doesn't know yet already. But when he comes back, I will talk to him for hours about part 4, and he better be ready.
Bro, what is he doing on this fucking ship? Does he not like have a phone? Like, what do they do? Do they have like entertainment? Do they like?
They do. There's just like no internet.
Shit.
You're in the middle of the sea, bro. You know internet.
I hope he didn't drown and we just don't know about it. Like he just died.
That would be the worst thing.
That would be very sad.
Lewis is my best friend.
Mm-hmm.
Lewis put me onto anime, so I owe him everything. I literally owe him everything. He told me to watch Sword Art Online sophomore year. And that started everything. That changed my life. Really.
No bullshit.
Meeting Lewis, dude, changed my life. And like when I look at Lewis, I feel like I'm looking at a mirror.
Mm-hmm.
Like we are like the same person.
I remember you said that. I remember when you said that to me like the first time very vividly. I was like, wow. It's a very profound thing to say.
Yeah, that's my brother for life. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah.
It's not like talking to you because you give me the same vibe.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You're the only real person that I value in my life. I know that's like a very like weighty thing to say. I don't fuck with most of the people I talk to though. None of the. I'm like an anime movie fucking media fiend, and I don't really know anybody else like me. I talk to people, but they don't vibe with me in the same way that I do about these things. And I can't talk to them about these things without the conversation being uncomfortable. When I fucking rant about Vinland Saga, the entire like car just like it's like mad silent, and I'm just like, oh, I feel so awkward. I feel like an asshole. So whenever people talk about shows, I'm just like, yeah, it's good. Like I just have to end it with that, and it's so.
I know, bro. I know that feeling. But this is why you gave me such a reason to watch shows,
bro. Like, I watched 4 fucking shows, Manny. I watched 4 anime.
We're grinding, bro.
I am grinding. I am fucking grinding. If we didn't talk tonight because I like fell asleep or something, I was just gonna watch like Inuyashiki or something. I was gonna pump out another tiny show. And Manny, I made like a whole list of shows that I want us both to watch. Shows that like I intend to watch, but like I want to talk about it with someone. So, but the next thing after we gotta watch is like Megalobox. Like after whatever we watch this week. I mean, if you're gonna watch Dorohedoro, then I guess that can be the show we talk about. But
I'm watching
Michiko and Hatchin.
Yeah, we finish Vivy quickly. I'm gonna watch Michiko.
Okay. Yeah. All right. You want to get back to Beastars?
Yeah.
Beastars. So I stopped where I was talking about the reason we got into this conversation about JoJo is because I was talking about the opening and how it didn't really sync up with the new one. You have this fucking electronic like first off, like I was saying how the classical instruments of the first opening were only that way because they coincided with the soundtrack of the show in general. And the soundtrack of season 2 is not the same tracks, but it's like the same mentality as season 1, where it's just like violins and like strings and piano and stuff. And then you have
especially when Ruby's on screen.
Especially when he's on screen, yeah. And even when other people are on screen, it's very like soft and like, I don't know, it never gets like super hardcore like dubsteppy or anything. Except for like in the final battle. And I fucking love when they fight in the show, bro. I love all the fights in the show. I love when they go in the bathroom and him and the dude fight. That shit was insane. I was like, oh my God, the stakes are so high in this fucking show. Yeah, so I just wanted to say that about the soundtrack really quick. Let me peep my notes to see if there's any other small things, because I do have complaints, and those are going to take a while for me to talk about. But I just want to see if there's any other main things. I talked about the animation and like why I really liked it. The sub voice acting. Go ahead.
I want to see the snake more. The snake cop.
Yeah, I wrote that in my notes. He or she? I don't know what.
I think it was a she.
I think it was like a trans. I think it was like a dude that wanted to be referred to as a she. And they call it she, but it has like a male voice, which was very interesting. So I don't know.
I thought he was cool.
I thought he was cool too, but he didn't do anything.
I thought to see a snake in this show.
Yeah.
And he was huge. He was huge.
Yeah, he was huge, but man, he didn't do shit. But he didn't do shit. Like he didn't even need to be there.
Know. I thought when they brought him up, I thought he was cool.
Bro, I thought he was fucking badass too, but the nigga drops out of school at the end of the show. So are we even gonna see him again? Like,
bro, we're not seeing that guy again.
Bro,
he did nothing.
He did nothing in the fucking show. And Manny, it's complaint time. We're getting into my complaints. Writing.
Hold on.
Oh.
Before we get to the complaints, you know how on the last episode they did that little song? It was a song for Rui. Remember? You know what I'm talking about?
The ending? Like, the ending theme song?
I think it was the ending theme song, but it's at the start of the episode.
Yes.
That was amazing.
Did they show the full animation? Or are you saying it's amazing just because they played the
I'm gonna have to search this up, bro.
I know what you're talking about. I know what the ending theme song is.
No, I need to see this shit again. Cause I remember like at the end of it, they showed Rui just driving in the car with the lion, and the lion just looked at him, and they changed the animation style, and it was looking fucking amazing.
In the show, did they? Because I know what you're talking about. Yaosobi, link it to me. Send it to me. Actually, no, I'll send it to you, because I'm pretty sure I have it. The artist who made that song and did that music video, there is a full version of the video. Like in the ending theme song, they show Rui and the lion driving in the car. They show that whole bit with like the lion like touching the skull of like Rui's like, herbivore like head. And then when the ending theme song ends in the show, in the music video on YouTube, it transitions to the scene at the end when the lion dies and like he gets shot. And then but it's in the animation style of the music video. So like you didn't see the whole song and you didn't see the whole thing because it's like a spoiler. So they want you to finish the show. So like I'm going to send it to you.
Interesting.
But I think what you're talking about is in the show, like they transition to the 3D animation and the lion dying in the 3D animation, right? It's been a while since I've seen it, so I think so as well. But I do remember what you're talking about.
Yeah, because it is the ending.
Yes.
But like they played the ending at the start of the episode.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, when that came up, I was like, that shit was fire. I don't know why, but I was like, that stuck with me for some reason.
Yeah, it's kind of like a JoJo-ish kind of thing. Like it's kind of like doing that kind of thing. I can send it on Discord if that works better for you on your laptop.
Yeah, I got it right there.
Okay.
They fucking got him like. Hold on. Rotate the camera. There you go. I don't know. I just like this style.
Yeah.
It looks so sick. And he just
So
looks
slick.
I was like,
he looks
damn.
sad. He looks sad as fuck. Because
like,
you've been seeing that the whole time, and now that you have context for it, given everything that you've seen, it has more value to it. Because you're like, oh shit, oh my god, yeah,
that was great.
That was pretty good. I'm glad you stopped me and my complaints to say that.
Yeah.
All right.
I remember just watching that. I was like, I'm gonna bring that up.
Yes.
I'm gonna bring that
Yes.
up.
I forgot about that. All right, complaint time. I talk about this all the fucking time, Manny. Writing is so fucking important in a goddamn show. I think I said this last time. I don't remember if I did. But what I define as good and bad writing, when you are trying to elicit a very specific response from the audience, when you're trying to have the audience feel a certain way or react a certain way, and you are trying to do that by doing something specifically in your story, if you try and do something and you get the wrong response, and you get the response that you weren't intending to get with what you wrote and what you were going for, that's what I consider bad writing. And so when I use Vinland Saga as an example, they want you to, when they reveal that Askeladd was like planning shit the whole time and this was my fucking plan, they want you to be like, this is cool, right? And you know, some people might react to that, and some people might get the intended reaction because, I don't know, some people just like that stuff. For me, I'm just like, you fucking lied to me. You said that was not good. That's not what you told me was going to happen. You told me that I was going to get a character that was like dynamic and had all these like conflicting motivations. That is what I would consider bad writing. For Beastars, it's been a very long time, so I don't really remember the minute details, but I remember disliking some of the writing in Beastars. I remember there were some things that I had a problem with, and I'm going to try looking them up right now, and I feel bad not remembering them on the fly. I had this all in my head like a second ago, so bear with me. If there's anything that you have to say, now's the time to say it while I look through my notes.
Okay. I don't know. I feel like I don't know. The season was kind of.
I'm listening.
I don't know. I feel like the whole lion thing, with the lion trying to kill Louis. But I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. That was kind of like weird.
I understand what they were trying to go for, but their relationship it kind of fell flat a little bit for me because they barely fucking talked. Like, they didn't really have like a deep connection. I wasn't super passionate about the bond between these characters. Like, conceptually, it's really cool, but like, if this happened, I don't like. This is what people were saying about Hashi, like the Rengoku and Demon Slayer. Like, if he died like 3 seasons later, then I would feel bad and I would like get more of an emotional investment. I don't like to say that because I feel like it worked really well in the Demon Slayer movie, but with this, I feel like they didn't really do a good job at like getting you to give a fuck about like this relationship to a degree where they can do something like a character death like that and like have a scene like that and make you go like, isn't this like super impactful? It's like, not really. You know, I'm not really connected to these characters. They're not very thing. And it feels like a very odd thing to do. Like because the reason why it felt weird is because you as a viewer are like, you're not even privy to the fact like, oh, like you're not even privy to why he's doing this in the first place. When they explain it where it's like he had to frame himself killing you so that you could leave and we could say that like he ate you or something, right? Like, or else if you left, then we would hunt you down because we're the mafia and that's what we do. That was like the justification. But like in the moment, you're supposed to understand that. You're supposed to know that in the moment so you can get the emotional weight of like, oh, I don't want this to happen, but I understand why it's happening. But you don't understand why it's happening. That's another example of like the bad writing where it's like, okay, you're trying to do this thing. I don't really understand what the fuck's going on. And then after the fact, I get it. You kind of flubbed up. Maybe I'll get it on a rewatch But like, that's, but that's not how it works. You don't get points on the second time. Yeah. So that's why it felt weird. If I had to explain it as to why I felt like that felt a little flat, it was still cool. It was a cool idea. You just didn't execute it well.
I don't know if it was even cool though. Like,
yeah.
Literally, he got shot. He pulled the gun out. He got shot in the back of the head, and I was like, damn, I wonder what Legoshi's doing right now. What about Legoshi?
Yeah.
I really
feel
think, like, not care at all. It's just like, let's keep it going.
Yeah. 2 times speed.
You know what's crazy about the 2 times speed? I'm gonna go off topic real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
That was my first time ever doing something like that, and I was like, damn.
It made
bad for doing it.
Because as an anime fan, you have this. Yeah. You specifically, especially you keep telling me like, "Yo, I finish everything, even the bad shows." So you're sitting there like, "I'm not gonna drop the show, even though I don't like it. I gotta finish it." So you put on that 2 times speed. And back in the day, I was kind of like, I was a little like gatekeepy. I was one of those people that was like, "You have to experience the show this way. You can't skip arcs. You can't skip episodes," and da-da-da-da-da. And especially there were people that were watching One Piece at 2 times speed. I was like, you can't watch One Piece at 2 times speed. Now I don't agree with that. Now, if you want to watch One Piece at 2 times speed, I get it. Baki is a show that I would watch at 2 times speed. It's that kind of show. It's too slow. And I can understand why you would want to do that for this one. Netflix is pussy though, because I think Netflix is only 1.5.
Wait, no. I didn't want to do it for Beastars though.
Okay.
No, I didn't. No.
Yeah.
That's a Baki special.
That's fair.
Yeah. No, I didn't think Beastars deserved the 2 times speed. It didn't deserve anything. I think it was solid, but like I said, that moment was just like, all right.
Yeah.
Legoshi,
so
Legoshi now.
Legoshi. Yeah. Do you want to talk about the final battle?
No. How do you feel about the relationship?
Relationship with Haru?
Yeah.
In this season?
Yeah.
Oh, I remember having issues with it, but it's been a while, so I have to like check to see. I remember the conflicts that formed between them were just like really frustrating to watch.
It was frustrating to watch.
I don't remember exactly what happened or what made it frustrating, but I remember just like the problem between them just being like stupid. I remember Legoshi like overreacting and like coming to assumptions, you know, when she talks about like Rui. I think he like freaks out and like he stops talking to her for like the whole fucking show. I'm like, yo, bro, like, and it's really weird because like season 1 and like the whole point of the show, the plot of Beastars is watching the wolf fuck the rabbit. When that happens, that's when the show ends. That's when you're good and we'll be happy and the show's over. Naruto wants to become the Hokage. Asta wants to become the Wizard King. Legoshi wants to fuck the rabbit. When Legoshi fucks the rabbit, the show is going to end. So when I see an entire season, as much as I like this season, when I see an entire season dedicated to not fucking the rabbit, I question what the fuck we're doing. What's going on? What is happening this season? I like the justification for this season though, where at the end of season 1, he said that I am going to try and get stronger at controlling my like, you know, carnal instincts in an attempt to like get closer to you. And then I thought that was just going to be this season where it's like, yeah, I'm going to get stronger, but I'm going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I'm also going to find out who Tem's murderer is. And I'm going to like go through this training arc. So like I was cool with that. And I was into the season when that justification was put into the fray, but they just threw in these scenes with him and Haru having this conflict almost to like justify why they weren't talking in the season. I don't need some fucking like reason as to why the characters aren't together. I feel like that's just there to kind of get Haru out of the story for a little while, just to be like, We need to focus on the murder. Let's have them like not like each other for a little while. And I'm just like, that's so unnecessary because it doesn't even amount to anything. Like a couple episodes later, you know, they're like kind of back on track and he's just like fretting over nothing. And it's one of those things where it's like the conflict is born out of nothing.
Wait, hold on. Is it the creative Beastars? Her father is the creator of Baki.
How do you know that? Are you sure?
Oh my god!
What are you talking about, Manny? No.
This somewhere. No,
Manny.
Somewhere.
How is the furry the
Dude?
No way. Is there official name like? Oh, it's a dude.
Bro.
Oh, it's a dude. Interesting. I would think it was a girl. Beastars author.
Oh my god! It is true. Wait.
It is. Well, they have the same last name, at least.
They say they are related.
Oh, it does say it on Wikipedia. Children, Paru Itagaki. Wow.
Dude, that is crazy.
That's OD. We were talking about both of them at the same. Wow, Manny. Holy shit.
That is crazy.
What the fuck? Oh my god.
Dude, I don't know why I just remembered this fact, but I remember seeing this somewhere. I was like, I'm gonna have to bring this up to Ali. And I just remembered it.
That is insane.
Crazy. And you know, I think I saw another comment where like, so this is where the creator of Beastars gets these fight scenes from fucking Baki.
That's crazy. Oh my god. That's awesome.
That's amazing. But like for their family,
yeah,
that's incredible actually.
That is
both
really
their shows
cool.
are on Netflix. That's insane.
That's OD, bro. That's OD.
Wow.
Yeah, and Itagaki is like he's still making Baki. Baki's not over. He still makes it. Super fucking pat. That's so cool, and that explains a lot because they both have bad writing. So, anyways,
You're going through the blood.
yeah,
that's insane though.
it is cool.
Back to you, son.
And they both have really distinct art styles too.
They really do.
All right.
They really do.
I'm trying to talk about everything before I talk about the final battle, and I think I've covered. I didn't like the Haru stuff. I'm glad you brought that up. That was really forced and unnecessary. I love the training arc. I love the whole thing with the insect. I don't really know how deep I have to go into that, but I love how they approach that like philosophical like perspective.
What do you feel about? I thought that scene with Rui and his pops. I thought that was fire. And pointing the gun at him, and I forgot what his pop said. But he's like, "Don't come back unless you're ready to pull the trigger." And I was like, "Damn."
I think that was another one like the lion thing where it was like, this is a powerful scene, but it feels like it's happening like too soon. It feels like this feels like it should be a big fucking deal. And it wasn't really like built up to, it wasn't really like set up.
It was not
like,
built up.
Yeah. It just kind of happened. And I'm like, you can just meet this guy whenever you want. I didn't know that was like, I don't know. I guess they were like always like cool. I guess they never brought up the fact that like, they didn't talk to each other or whatever. Did they bring that up? Was that like a part of the conversation? I don't remember. It's been a while.
He just pulled
up and he just pointed a gun at him and I was like, oh, all right. We're already doing like the father Rui thing. I didn't think it was, once again, I think it wasn't a bad scene, but I think it fell flat for me because I was just like, especially since Rui's not part of the mafia anymore. He's like doing his own thing now. So it's like, all right, well, okay. Like a lot of the Rui stuff doesn't matter given the ending. It's like none of these relationships matter. None of the things matter because he just ends up going back to Legoshi and going back to like that crew. I mean, it was an interesting arc and his character development was interesting, but like the bonds he formed and the conflicts that spurred from him being a mafia boss, none of those conflicts matter anymore because he's not a mafia boss. He doesn't have to worry about eating meat because he's not going to eat meat anymore. He doesn't have to worry about the dichotomy between being a herbivore in like a carnivore driven world and being the head of this carnivore driven world and having to like put herbivores into like, you know, black market like selling and stuff, and like having to control, like having to confront that moral conflict about like, oh, I'm a herbivore, but I'm also like fucking up other herbivores. That was like a very interesting side of it, and that could have developed into something, but it's not, because he's not in Mafia anymore. So like a lot of that stuff just kind of went out the fucking window because of that. And with manga, Manny, people make stuff up as they go. They don't have this stuff planned out, and like they don't have every beat written down. And when I watch this series, I really get the impression that like, all right, you did not come up with the ending before you came up with you came up with the setup without coming up with the payoff. And when the payoff happens, it's like you rushed it. You needed to do a little bit more before you got to that point, and you kind of jumped the gun a bit. And I feel that way with this season a lot in many ways. I feel that way with the lion. I feel that way with the father. I feel that way with Rui's entire arc. I feel that way with like a lot of the stuff with Haru. I think conceptually, a lot of these scenes and a lot of these moments can work, but they just don't. Thankfully, they're not the core of the show. The core of the show is the mystery like murder hunt thing, and I really liked that, and I really enjoyed that. And I don't know if there's anything else I have.
I got one more thing. This is just one thing I like. I like how like.
I'm gonna look at my notes while you're talking, but I'm paying attention, so keep talking.
I like how scenes where like Legoshi was hugging Rui. I think Rui was like, "This dude is like, he's like, this guy's so strong. He doesn't even know how much he's hurting me right now."
Yes,
like,
yeah.
I like how like, no matter what, like Legoshi can just fuck this dude up. Like,
yeah.
Like, I like how like carnivores can really just like fuck them up. Like they can't do shit about it. You know.
Yeah.
Like they can train and shit, but it's like. Yeah,
exactly.
I'm a fucking fucking deer, bro.
And that's why
I like how that works.
And that's why I really draw the parallels with like male and female. This is a very like weird thing to talk about, but like I don't really talk to like a lot of my guy friends. I have a lot of like female friends that I talk to, not because I don't like to think about it like I'm trying to fuck them, because I don't know, I just like empathize with that crowd more, because there are some things that I just can't talk about with guys like in general, just because of I don't know, just because like they have this certain mindset and this certain mentality, and I see a lot of myself in Legoshi. I don't want to have the Lewis mentality where it's like I only talk to females because I want to fuck them, even though that makes sense. I don't want to feel that way. I want to be able to harbor a mentality and harbor a perspective and a mindset where I can have a friend that is a female and like not want to like do anything with them, you know? And I am trying to do that, and I'm like, you know, this show in a sense validates my perspective in a sense, and it like fits in with my ideology. And I don't know, maybe I'm a little biased in that sense as to why I like the show so much, but it really connects with me in that way. And that's why I fucking loved this season, because it was really digging knee deep into that kind of philosophy that was already present in season one. Season one was already about that in so many ways. And this season was just about that even more. And the whole thing with furries, Manny, it is like a sexual thing for a lot of people, but it is primarily an identity thing. You know, people like to dress up in the fucking fursuits and do that stuff because it's almost like cosplay to them. It's like when you dress up as like your favorite anime character or like your thing, and it's like a custom character in a video game. It's like if you play World of Warcraft and you put this custom armor on your guy and you customize your dude to look a certain way. When you have like a fursuit and you go to like a con, it's like that's your fursuit, that's your fursona, and that's what you look like. And like embrace that, and like that's your nature, and you get to like choose what you look like. It's being a furry is more about identity than it is about sexuality, and sexuality is just like a product of identity. Like it's something that overlaps with that. It's not like the main thing. So Beastars coincides with that philosophy. It is about identity, and it's about who you are and what your true nature is, and how can you live in a world where, you know, you're not who you want to be, and how can you be who you want to be? How can you be the person that you want to be, even though, like, physically you might not be that person, you know? If you don't like being a carnivore, how can you still be a carnivore, you know? And in our world right now, like, you can, you know, if you don't like being a guy, you can be like a female now. But in this show, I think it kind of has more of the approach of, like, you know, how can you put up with being yourself, if that's even possible, you know? That's where I see the analogies. I don't know if I'm explaining it too well, but, like, I really connect with that, and I fuck with that a lot, because regardless of your perspective on, like, gays and, like, transsexuals and stuff, this show is talking about that. It's talking about that conflict that a lot of people have, and, like, that conversation that a lot of people have questions on, what it means to be you, even though, like, the body that you're in is not the body that you want to be in. Like, there's a part where Legoshi's like, I wish I wasn't a wolf. I wish I didn't have to be, like, when he's talking to the insect, he's like, I wish I didn't have consciousness. I wish I didn't have the mental capacity to worry about these things, to, like, worry about the differences between, like, other people and other species, you know? I wish I didn't have these, like, desires that I myself only have because I am a wolf. Yeah, you know, sometimes I wish I was a dog. Sometimes I wish I wasn't a guy. Sometimes I wish, like, whenever I talk to a female, I wasn't thinking of sticking my dick inside them. So I empathize with that a lot. Sometimes I wish I was a dog. Sometimes Legoshi wishes he was an insect. And these are questions, and these are things about life that I ask myself all the time, and this show is asking them, and it has very interesting, very cool conclusions to those things. Respect life, you know? Vinland Saga says love is discrimination, and Beastars says respect life. And if you really think about it, I'm not gonna fucking explain it, but if you really think about it, both of them, like, coincide with each other. The messages converge. Love is discrimination means to love everybody equally, regardless of, like, who they are, and, like, don't discriminate against one person in favor of another. Beastars is the exact same thing. Respect all life, like, regardless of who it is. You know, admire everybody, respect everybody. I empathize with that. That's very smart. That's good writing.
That is good writing.
That's why I like this season. Despite all of its issues, despite all the stuff I didn't like about it, that was the core of this season, and I enjoyed that. And yes, that was another thing that I had to say. Now I really don't think there's anything else I have to say besides the murder stuff. Is there anything you wanted to say in regard to that? I know I'm just kind of rambling, but, like, you know, I wrote notes. I had a lot to say about this one.
No, everything you said was well said.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I love Beastars. I really like it. It's a good show.
Nah, you made me see it in a different light, for real.
Thank you. I'm glad that I can share my perspective. I'm glad you're seeing it differently. And it makes me upset, kind of, like, I shouldn't be upset about this, but, like, it makes me upset because, like, I try to recommend this show to other people, and it really is kind of like another thing, bro. But other people, yeah, I don't even know if I want to go into it, but, like, a lot of other people just don't want to watch this show because it's the furry show. But it's not even like that. It's not even that kind of, like, it is.
It's really not.
It is the furry show, but it's not the furry show that people think it is. It's not like the furry show that gets you horny because they're furries, you know? And it was just really frustrating because, like, I recommended it to somebody and I was like, yo, you should watch Beastars. He's like, you watch that fucking furry shit, you faggot? I was like, what the fuck, really? And I was just really upset. But I love it. None of my friends are going to watch it, but you watched it, and I'm glad you watched it. And I'm glad I finally get to talk about it with somebody, and they get to validate my point of view. Yeah. And I really love this show. And I don't know anybody else that sees it the same way that I do. I feel like it's a show that's very, like, very thoughtful in, like, identity and stuff. And that's a conversation that a lot of people don't want to have. That's something that a lot of people don't want to think about. So, like, by proxy of them thinking that it's stupid because it's, like, furry stuff and they don't want to get into it, they automatically wouldn't understand what the show is trying to say, because, like, that is intertwined with the themes of the show, you know?
Right.
So that's all I got in regards to that. And
you cannot recommend this show.
say that again.
You cannot recommend this show.
Yeah. I mean,
you have to be like a
thoughtful, open-minded person.
It's like you have to be deep into anime, I would say, as well.
Yeah, if you're like
not
surface
too deep,
level,
but like,
yes.
if you're just shonen level,
Yeah.
then there's no way they're gonna watch it. Just like Mononoke, you can never like recommend Mononoke.
Yes, exactly. But that's what I
can't
love.
recommend.
Go ahead.
Like I can recommend like Castlevania. That'll get their feet wet a little.
Mm-hmm.
But like Mononoke, Mushishis, Death Parades, fucking all shits like that, all shows like that. Spice and Wolf.
Yeah. And even some of my female friends, I don't know, I just kind of assume that some of them are more open-minded than others because they're girls, so maybe they don't have those stigmas. But even they have those stigmas too. I was like, yo, you should watch Beastars. And they're like, is that the fucking furry show for faggots? And I'm like, oh my God, like really? So it's frustrating. Thank you for talking to me about it, Manny. Thanks for watching it. I appreciate it. I'm glad I got to talk about it. I've been saving the final battle for last because that's like, there's so much to unpack from that, and I have so much to say about that. Do you have anything to say about the final battle? The final bit?
Well, for a second, I thought he killed Rui for a second. I was like, he ate Rui.
No, they were saying his leg. It kept saying his leg. Oh, you mean
Did
like he
say,
loved? No,
did
the
he
whole
say he was-
the whole conversation was about like, yo, eat a part of me so that you can go, like thing. Don't eat all of me. Okay.
I must admit, I was like, this is crazy. I know this is crazy. I know it's crazy, but it's because I'm at work. I probably missed this part, but
Yeah.
when he was like, eat me, I didn't see the part of me thing. So
Yeah.
like when he went in, I was like, wait. I was like, no.
Well, it was the dub, so like the lines
Yeah.
might have been different, and you might have interpreted it as like, whoa, what the fuck? So they might have written it differently.
I think that's what it was as well.
Yeah.
Because even when I watch dub, I still have the subtitles on. You know, the subtitles mean absolutely shit in the dub. They're not even the same fucking word.
Bro,
Like,
fuck Netflix and like their dub subtitles. It's so fucking annoying. I hate that.
it's dog shit. Like,
Yeah.
It's so poor. Like, so bad. But, yeah, so I was like, when he ate him and he showed up big as fuck,
Yeah.
blood on him, I was like, this dude fucking killed Ruby.
Oh man.
I thought that, and I was like, yo, he actually killed Rui, bro. This is the big thing of the show this season. He killed Rui.
And in your head, you're probably like, the show is trying to justify this. The show is trying to justify that he ate Rui. Like, oh man, that would have been a
So
mind
I
fuck.
was like, why? Why did he do that? I was like, he could just call the snake police.
Oh my god. The snake police. Holy shit. Oh,
I
you're
was
killing
like,
me.
bro, you really have to kill him? You can just call the 911, bro. Like, fuck.
Oh my god. Ah.
I was actually like going crazy. I was like, what is this show doing right now?
That's really
Yeah.
funny.
And then I just see Rui with no leg. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, I was tripping.
All right. I'm going to talk about the whole murder mystery now. I'm going to go into that. I'm going to
I was talking on my phone.
So I loved the entire thing with What's the bear's name? Fuck.
I don't know.
I'm
I
looking.
really want to find out.
I'm gonna find it. I wrote his name down in my notes. Riz. That's his name. His name's Riz.
Cool name.
It is a cool name, right? Damn. Someone could eat me if you wanted to kill me and your name was Riz. It coincides with his character because he's a bear and it's a cute little Winnie the Pooh bear name. I love and going back into what I was saying about like the ideology of the show and like how like you have to kind of, as a carnivore, you have to hold yourself back, and like the similes with how like your nature goes against like what you want to be and what society like wants of you. I love how Riz's arc where he has to like take like muscle stimulants or like bear stimulants that like calm him down, and he like doesn't take that because he feels like he's betraying like himself as like a man. I love that. I think that's like a really, really cool like arc for that character. I love his justification for eating Tem. I love that entire arc. I love the conflicting ideology between Riz and Legoshi. Reminds me a lot of the conflicting ideology between me and Lewis. Lewis is Riz and I am fucking Legoshi. Lewis would eat a carnivore. I would try to befriend the carnivore. I mean, Lewis would eat a herbivore, excuse me. I would try to befriend the herbivore. And I just really like that. I empathize with that a lot. It connected with me a lot, and I thought it was very thoughtful. Give me a second. I have to make sure my thing is...
He's going around just telling people nuts.
Yeah, he was.
Telling fake news.
Bro, just like when people were saying that Dragon Ball Super was going to come back, there was this period in time where like, there was like, I don't know, there was 1 year where people were like, yo, Super's going to come back. And I'm like, where did you see that? It's like, Facebook. And I'm like, it's on Facebook. It's not true if it's on Facebook by default. And it was someone that doesn't like to be wrong. So I was like having an argument with them, and they were like, yo, it's going to come back. And when July rolls around and it comes back, you're going to look fucking stupid. And I was like, all right, bro. All right. July came around, didn't fucking come back. It was I didn't want to say his name because I didn't want to expose him, but he did. But that was what he was doing, and I was getting ticked off. I was like, "It's Facebook. Don't believe what happens on Facebook." And he's like, "It's the official account. There's no such thing as an official Dragon Ball Super Facebook account. At least I don't think. Why would they do that? What are they marketing Dragon Ball to? Boomers?" I mean, I guess so. Yeah. I hope he's okay. Hope he's living lavish. I don't know what he's doing. He's selling drugs. That's all I know. Selling weed. The struggle. Get your paper.
I didn't expect that from him, but it is what it is.
Yeah. That's what everyone's doing it. I don't really hold that against him.
I don't really hold it against him.
Yeah.
I really didn't expect it.
Maybe he's not doing it anymore, but he was last time I talked to him, which was years ago. So.
So
I can continue my Beastars if you're ready to do that.
Go.
All right.
Yeah,
I was talking about like the connection between like me and Lewis's relationship and our conflicting ideologies on like how men and women should treat each other, and the conflicting ideologies about how herbivores and carnivores should be treating one another between Riz and Legoshi. And I really like that fight that they have in the bathroom. So it's like this mix of like shonen tropiness where they're like having an anime fight, but at the same time there's like, you know, like narrative like development happening, and like they're clashing in their ideology. And it's like, it's just a very well written like suspense like mystery narrative, because even when you discover that it's Riz, it's just like the stakes are so high. He might kill someone else and you don't know where it's going to go. And Legoshi is training. So I really liked all that. And I don't really have anything super negative to say about any of that. I love when Legoshi transforms into white Legoshi. I love when he gets his fur back, when he eats the insect. I love how that like that change in his character design represents that he like is more nourished and like, you know, he's not like fasting anymore, kind of. In regards to the final fight scene, I love conceptually like how they go under a bridge, and it's like, I love Legoshi's justification for it, where Rui's like, why don't you guys just stop fighting? Like, why don't you guys just stop? Like, you don't want to kill each other. And it's like, it's not about like killing each other. It's about like challenge. This is a argument about like our ideologies, and I'm fighting him to prove to him like who's right, kind of thing. It's about that. So when he eats Rui's foot, it's about like, you know, my relationship with Rui, my heartfelt relationship, my genuine, honest relationship with him. I ate his foot out of consent to fight you. And I'm going to show you that my mindset is better than your mindset, because I'm going to beat you with the advantage that my mindset gave me. If I didn't have the perspective and the beliefs that I have, then I wouldn't have the relationship with Rui that I had. And if I didn't have that relationship, then I wouldn't be able to eat his leg and beat the fuck out of you. And I was ready for Legoshi to win that argument and win that battle. And I was ready for that to happen. I also really like, before I continue, I really like that Riz kind of admits that he's like wrong halfway through, but he's just kind of like, I've committed to this mentality for so long, I can't like back out now. I really like that. I thought that was like really cool, where like they just kind of stopped and like they just started talking. I fucked with that a lot. So I really love that final battle, like from a narrative standpoint, in terms of like what it's saying and like how these two characters are coming to this like final conclusion. I was not, in terms of it being a fight scene and as like a narrative thing, after he eats Rui's foot and Riz realizes like, oh, I see the relationship that these two have. I understand that like I'm wrong. Narratively, it makes sense, but like from like in terms of like the themes and the characters and like who they are and like what they're trying to say and stuff, it makes sense. And I like that Rui just kind of says like, all right, bro, like you win. Like I'm sorry, you're right. Like I'm wrong. From a logical standpoint, it's really fucking annoying that he does that, because the nigga ate Rui's foot. He ate the dude's foot. Because like a second earlier, he's like, yo, I know I'm wrong, but like, fuck it. And then like 2 seconds later, he's like, damn, you guys really are close friends. All right, like I really am wrong. I'm sorry. And from Legoshi's perspective, it's like, nigga, you couldn't have said that shit like 2 minutes before I ate this dude's fucking leg, bro. Like now Rui doesn't have a leg. And for what? They didn't even fight. He didn't even get to use his buff big Chungus Legoshi. He didn't even get to use big Chungus Legoshi to his fullest. So from a fight scene, right? Just from like brain dead, I want to see two characters punch each other kind of mentality, they didn't even fulfill that. Legoshi has his literal Super Saiyan mode that he doesn't even get to use, really, which is very underwhelming. And narratively, it's like my man wasted it on just like on like nothing. Like, I mean, narratively it makes sense, but it's like, do you understand what I'm trying to say? Like, I get it, but like I don't like it. I get it, but I don't like it, because there's a large sacrifice that had to be taken just so he could change this dude's mind, whose mind was already kind of hip to like Legoshi's mentality. Like, do I need to explain anymore? Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I definitely. It's like, bro, he ate the dude's fucking leg.
He ate the dude's fucking leg, and then Riz is gonna be. Riz should have just kept fighting out of respect for the fact that the nigga got his leg eaten. He should have just taken that ass beating, just like out of respect for the fact that I'm serious. I'm not even saying that like ironically. I think that it would narratively make more sense for Riz to be like, beat my ass, because you're only gonna transform this way once. You might as well have fun. So just slap me around or something. It was so upsetting. And the last like 5 minutes of the show, Manny, they feel so rushed. Like when the show ends, I'm like, oh, that's it?
What happened in the last 5?
The last 5 minutes, Riz goes to fucking jail. Legoshi gets like the equivalent of being a sex offender in the universe of Beastars. and Rui doesn't have a leg, and him and Haru, he drops out of school at the end, and he tells that to Haru, and all of that in like 5 minutes. And it's the same episode. I don't know. That stuff seems like it should be its own episode, but it happened like in the last 5 minutes. I'm like, okay. And that was just like, and like I said, a lot of the stuff that happens in the ending deflates a lot of the stuff that happens earlier. Like Legoshi dropping out of school, it deflates all the character, like the snake guy, that doesn't matter anymore. He dropped out of school. Who gives a shit, you know? Legoshi dropping out of school deflates all of the drama that he had with like Bill and stuff, and like those relationships, they don't really matter anymore. He's not gonna fucking see those guys again. At least I don't think he is.
Why did he drop out of school?
Why did he drop out of school? Fuck. It was because I think just because he wants to be like, I don't know, a better person, and like school's not going to benefit him for that. I don't remember exactly. You want to look it up?
Yeah. Well, I guess because I'm reading, because his criminal record, no school is going to allow him. Plus, there's no way he's going to get into college.
Right. Yes. That's it. Yeah.
Okay.
I
feel like it's bullshit that they gave him a record, but
he ate a dude. He ate the nigga's leg.
The nigga should have been like, "Yo, I gave it up for free." Like,
I know. In the world, like in the real world, it's like, I consent. But like, in the world of Beastars, it's like, you ate the dude's leg. Don't matter. That's why the black market exists, you know? Because even if you do like sell your fingers to people, it's like, I guess that is considered a crime. It's the same thing as like, I was about to say something, but maybe that was.
I like how the black market is so like easily accessible. You can just walk through.
Bro, because and I think that's like a deliberate choice. I think that's like saying how like, yeah, this is technically illegal, but like we all want it. So like, let's not do anything about it and let's just like leave it there. I like that. I think that's like what it's trying to say. How like everybody can just kind of go there, you know? No cops fucking roaming the black market. It's just there, you know? They got lights. They got all these people. They got a community. They talking. They laughing. They got buildings. Herbivore strippers. See? That's what I was saying.
If the cops can literally just stand outside the black market, look inside, and just catch someone doing something illegal and arrest them.
But they don't, because they're like, because it's, I don't know, there's so many people around, or I don't know, maybe cops are carnivores too, so they just like the black market. Yeah, they
go down their break.
But like I was saying, I think the ending deflates a lot of the stuff that the season set up. You know, like Rui leaving the mafia, a lot of the stuff that you introduced with Rui and his like conflicting ideologies and stuff, that doesn't matter anymore because he's not in the mafia. A lot of the conflicts that Legoshi had with people at school, that doesn't matter anymore because Legoshi's not at school anymore. You know, I am not as interested in season 3 as I was in season 2 going into season 2, because the cliffhanger at the end of season 1 had a lot of things to have you looking forward to and a lot of questions to have you like excited. This one does not. And the ending is, they jumped the gun too quick. This is one of those things where I'll say like, they should have done more to earn this ending. I don't think they really earned this ending. I think the things that they did with like Rui and Legoshi specifically were a little bit too fast. I don't think Legoshi should have dropped out of school yet. I don't think that Rui should be out of the mafia yet. I wanted to see more of that, and I didn't get to see enough. I'm a little disappointed, but like I said, that was not the core of the show. The core of the show was the mystery thing, and I did really enjoy that, and I can't deny that. So, concluding, I feel very synonymous. My feelings of Vinland Saga are very synonymous with this. It's like, I like it, But dude, you can't get away with this fucking writing. Like, it's too all over the place. It's too like flawed. So I gave Vinland Saga a 6, but I loved the mystery narrative, and it does take up a majority of the show. So I'm giving Beastars season 2. I'm gonna give this a 7. It's a light 7. On your scale, it would be like a 7.0 or something, like 7.1. On my scale, it's like I just say like it's closer to a 6 than it is to an 8. Yeah, it's really close to a 6, but I'm gonna give it a 7 because it was fun, and I'm not gonna deny how fun it was. And you know, it still had great moments despite its issues. And I still love these characters, and I still love these themes. And I'm gonna watch season 3, and I'm still looking forward to the show. I'm just scared that they're gonna fuck up the writing.
I don't know where season 3 is gonna go.
This is where fun topic, Manny. Fun thing that I'm excited to tell you. Season 3 is gonna be an original arc, not from the manga.
That doesn't excite me.
It excites me because it shows me, Manny. It shows me that the manga is poorly written, like I'm assuming. Like I'm guessing that the manga is poorly written and it's like not very good, and he like jumped the gun. So he's adding more stuff to make it better. He's patching the show. So I'm really excited because I did not have high hopes.
You're saying he's adding stuff, or is it going to be a completely different thing?
The way they said it is like an original arc. So I assume that this arc is going to coincide with what's going to happen in the future. Assuming. I don't think it's going to be some filler shit, like, per se, you know? I don't believe so. I have high hopes.
This better not be Promised Neverland.
No, I hope not. It might be. It might be.
If it is, the show's finished. The show's done.
Yeah, I agree. The show is actually done. Did you send me something on Discord?
No.
Oh no, that was someone else. I'll send you the tweet, or the Anime News Network is News Network Beastars.
Beastars, man. I don't know. I remember liking season 1 more.
I like season 1 more. I give season 1 an 8. Season 1 is an 8 out of 10. Season 1 doesn't have as many issues. Season 1 is like genuinely good. It has a fucking great ending. It has a great introduction to its characters. It's easy to do the setups, Manny. The setups are so easy. It's easy to tell your audience it's going to get better and there are things to look forward to. It's not easy to fulfill those setups. And a lot of series don't do it, and Beastars might not do it, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I'm gonna link it into the Discord. But I'm gonna read the article for you. It's through a tweet. Thanks to everyone who supports our show. Orange will continue to animate the show. Artwork provided by. Hold on. Studio Orange announced on Wednesday that the television anime of Beastars will have a new arc. Netflix Japan also announced the anime's new arc and opened a new website. That's the wording they use. Why would they be so specific about that wording if it wasn't like an original arc? So I'm pretty sure it's original, and it could be terrible. It could be good. I'm cautiously optimistic. So I'll watch season 3. And I don't watch a lot of anime, Manny. So if I say that I'm going to watch a 3rd season, or I'm going to watch the next season, even if I didn't really like the season, or even if I had like harsh criticisms, that's a good thing. So despite me talking shit about the show, despite me saying negative things, I will watch the 3rd season. If I drop a show, that's bad. It's bad for me to say that I don't want to watch another season. But I watched the next season of this. I'll give it a chance. I don't really have as much of a reason to after season 1. But yeah, so I rambled about my stuff. Do you have anything else that you want to say about Beastars? Like that final battle or anything?
Nah, I really don't. I don't know. I was a little disappointed.
With the whole thing.
Yeah, I don't know. My expectation was just a little too high.
Yeah, I feel that.
I didn't think it was bad. I thought it was solid.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know.
Okay. Ratings?
Huh?
Ratings? Go ahead.
Shit. Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Take your time.
What show were we talking about before this?
We were talking about Maid in Abyss, I believe. We were talking about Jojo Maid in Abyss.
It's not Maid in Abyss. It's a show.
I gave Maid in Abyss you gave Maid in Abyss a 7. You said 7.
Beastars is in that same range.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think. So when I rate shows, I like to rate them in whole. You know what I mean? I don't like rating different seasons.
Yeah.
Like I just compare it. Like season 1 is this good, and so is this good. You know.
If I had to rate Beastars, well, I agree with you. I like to do that as well. But anime and manga is the way they are produced. They are of ever shifting quality with each new season. One season can come out and it can change the entire fucking like tone of the show. You know, it can make the entire thing like dog shit. So I do like to separate them by seasons. But if I had to give Beastars an overall rating, season 2 does not diminish season 1. Season 2 does not like deflate the goodness of season 1. Season 1 is like Promised Neverland 1, and season 2 is not like Promised Neverland season 2. Season 2 is just kind of like, I don't really fuck with it, but I can pretend like it doesn't exist and I can still enjoy Beastars. So, you know, there's still stuff to look forward to. Rui is still there. He doesn't have a leg now, so that's going to be an interesting thing. Haru and Legoshi are still going to have their relationship, and if you really like that about season 1, you have that to look forward to. So overall, it's still an 8. I gave season 1 an 8. I give season 2 a 7. Overall, it's still an 8 because the problems of season 2 are exclusive to season 2 and they don't drag season 1 down. At least not for me.
I don't know. The show's probably going to fall in like...
It is, probably.
The mid-7. No, I'm saying it's going to fall in the mid-7.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant fall in general, like it's probably going to get worse. Probably is. All anime get worse, Manny.
Not true.
We'll see.
I'm scared. After Promised Neverland, I'm scared of season 2s now.
Well, Promised Neverland is a very special case. It's a very unique scenario. I don't think there's been anything ever like that.
It is unique because it was directed by the nigga who made the manga, so he made that shit. So he did the bullshit. So it's like you can't even like blame nobody else. You blame that guy, you know. Like he
really.
That's the thing that makes it like it's not like you can blame the studio. Like you have to blame this fucking guy. And they probably told him. They probably dealt him a bad card. But it's like, yo, you only have 12 episodes.
There's something behind the scenes going on, bro.
Yeah,
either he didn't want to have the anime go on, or they didn't want to do the. It has to be one way or the other. They must have told him. They must have told this nigga like, "Yo, you get one more fucking season, bro. I read that shit. I read that ending. Fuck you. You got 12 episodes.
Nah,
Make
no
it work."
way. There's no way, because season 1 was so successful.
It was extremely successful.
So
And like I don't believe in like just making an anime based off the manga. Like Attack on Titan season 3, Manny, they changed the events and the sequence like in how it plays out. And people say it's better. People say the anime is better. It's not just animation and a one-to-one adaptation. They literally will like write new lines and add shit. They add shit, Manny. They add shit. Attack on Titan is a good adaptation.
Fine, but taking away shit is that's the
it's
problem.
not fine. It's exactly. So
They took so much from us.
what I'm trying to say is that like I feel like creators, especially when their series is successful, I feel like they do have the freedom to do what they want to do. I do not think that a studio or a producer told this dude who had one of the most successful fucking shows, stop making like new seasons. I think the dude who made Promised Neverland was like, I don't want this to get made for whatever reason. That's literally like the only conclusion I can come to. And I don't know why. Maybe he just got sad because everyone shit on the manga when it ended. Because people did not like the ending of the manga. Like, the manga, like, you know, the one that was paced supposedly, like, to his intent, right? And, like, wasn't, like, you know, super short or whatever. People did not like the manga at all. So maybe he just got burnt out. Because people were saying that about the manga, where it was like, what the fuck was that ending? That was, like, stupid and, like contrived and, like, forced. And people were saying that about the anime. So maybe the nigga was just like, I fucking hate this show. I don't want to do it anymore. Manny, I'm telling you, the setups are easy. He did the setup and maybe he couldn't do the payoff. And it sucks because the setup is so good. It's so good. The demons are eating the babies. How are we going to stop it? What are they doing? How are they living? And then, wah wah. As Luis Ferrero would say, wah, 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 wah. Wah, wah. Ah. Wah, wah. That's what he does with his hands.
Do it again.
Wah, 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 wah. Is that not what he does? He does that shit all the time.
I haven't I haven't heard that shit in a while, though. I remember that shit.
I remember he did that at the lunch table all the time. He'd go, wah, wah, whenever an anime episode was bad. Or whenever he'd be like, Cowboy Bebop is shit. Ha ha, wah, wah, wah. And then he always do that. But.
Fucking Lewis.
Yeah. What was I? Yeah, Promised Neverland. Season 2s are scary, Manny. Season 3s are scary. Season 3 of Beastars is going to be scary as fuck. Shit might be ass. Season 2 of a lot of things is scary. That's why I fuck with one season shows, Manny. That's why I like things that are short. The shorter, the better, because you plan that shit out from beginning to end. It's probably not going to be ass. But the ones that are super long and are good, it's like, damn. Fuck with this. That's why they were classics.
Yeah.
All right.
I fucking hate.
Hey, what?
Why did they let me down?
What are you talking? What? Promised Neverland?
Yeah, that was such a letdown, dude.
I'm sorry, Manny. That's what happens.
Dr. Stone season 2 is actually alright.
Oh, you're talking about Dr. Stone specifically?
Yeah.
People don't dislike it, right? It's Stone Wars. It's stoning.
I liked it.
Yeah. I was saying people don't dislike it. That's what I was saying. Like, I thought people liked it. I assume, given what I read, that it's still good. Like, I can't imagine that series is, like, bad now. It was too good. Guy seems like he knows what he's doing.
Stone Wars is cool. But yeah, we can talk about Mononoke now.
We talked about Maid and Abyss. We talked about... All right. Mononoke.
Mononoke,
the most creative anime?
You know what's funny about Mononoke? Like, obviously, it gets so many comparisons to Mushishi. But yes. I don't know. I don't think it's better than Mushishi.
Oh, it's not a perfect show. It's definitely
not perfect. But
it's extremely creative, but like it's very flawed in my opinion. I have a lot of issues with the show, and it's only 12 episodes, and like I haven't watched Mushishi, but given how you talk about it, and given how other people talk about it, and given just like what the impression that I get from just seeing how many episodes it has, and seeing like the poster, and seeing like that it has kind of a main character that seems like he has more of like a personality than this guy. I get the impression that show has more going for it, and it's more creative, and it has more concepts that it can like work with, you know. This show is very basic. It's the concept of like Mononoke and how they work in this universe is very limited. You can't do a lot of stuff with it. That's why there's only 12 episodes. And those 12 episodes aren't even like 12 stories. Out of all the episodes of Mononoke, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think there's 6 stories if you count the one from...
Yeah. Okay.
If you count the one from the other one. But yeah. Where do you want to start? Do you do you want to like helm this conversation, or do you want me to go on my tangent?
Actually, I want to hear your issues.
Okay, you want to hear my issues or my? Because I mean, I got nice things to say too. There's a lot to appreciate.
Well, I want to hear you.
Okay.
Let's start with the issues.
Start with the issues?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me pull out my notes real quick. Mononoke. All right. So, okay. Let me think. It's basically, when it comes to my issues, I do like the show a lot, but I think my biggest issue is that just like not every story is like really strong, and like not all of them are like very as good as each other. Like I think if I had to rank like the stories in terms of like my favorites, the abortion one and the black and white one with the dudes like smelling the incense, those two are my favorite. And the one from Ayakashi Samurai, that one's OD. That one has like much higher production value. It's a lot less. It's much more direct in my opinion, but it retains the style. Mononoke, the anime is very vague with its like how it's telling you like what's going on, and I appreciate that, and I like that. I like things that challenge me and expect me to kind of figure things out by myself. But the other one being that it was 3 episodes self-contained, it wasn't going to have anything else. It was kind of like, we're going to tell you how this works, but we're also going to kind of still have our style going. And it didn't feel out of place. You know, it felt like, it felt right. And I like those the most because animation wise, they were the best. Thematically, I think they had the best story. I think that they had the best color palette and like art style. I think the colors popped much more in the Ayakashi Samurai Horror Tales. I think everything's a little bit desaturated in the new like Mononoke, which isn't like bad. I mean, that's clearly what they're going for. And that's really just, that's like my number
you
one.
You think it's desaturated? You went the C Bishop story? I thought that shit was super cool.
Well, I mean, there were a lot of colors, but I think overall, did you watch the Ayakashi Samurai Horror Tales?
Yeah.
Do you feel like the colors are just like brighter and like they just have more like fullness to them? Like I look at like this and it just looks like everything is like lesser, like not as bold, you know? It's like everything's like slightly grayed out, at least to me.
I think first off, that Ayakashi, I don't know why the anime looks like that. It looks like that show it came out in 2006. It looked like that show came out earlier. You know what I mean? I feel like for its time, it looks kind of bad.
I think it's I blamed the rip of like what I was watching it on more than like the actual quality of the show. First off, it was 480p. Second off, the subtitles were like wrong, like a lot, and they were like a little bit all over the place. I don't think like visually, like animation wise, I thought it looked really good, you know?
Are you serious? Because
it looked better than from a production standpoint in terms of like I don't know, frames and like how like visually it looked, and like, you know, if you want to say like, you know, the budget and stuff, it looked like it had a higher budget than what these were going for. It looked like they were more ambitious with that in terms of like what they could do, like animation wise.
You're saying you thought the Ayakashi had, you said
that specific story, the Mononoke story in Ayakashi, that specific one felt like it had a bigger budget than any of the stories in the other one. You don't feel that way?
Ali, you're bugging, bro.
I'm bugging?
First off, like I was saying, like 2006, Mushishi came out in 2005.
Does Mushishi look better?
Looks way better. I don't know. I feel like I was watching like.
Well, Ghost in the Shell and Akira came out in the 90s, so like You know, you have to understand.
I'm not even comparing it to those. It's like I feel like the show. It looked like it came out in the. It looked like a '90s show, like, but it was like 2006. And I think 2006, like Samurai Champloo came out in 2005. That show looks incredible, even now.
Mm-hmm. I feel like the production quality of Mononoke. I don't want to make this statement. This might be too bold. I feel like it's on par with Samurai Champloo. I looked at it and I'm like, wow, the budget is like so much higher. The characters are moving at like a higher frame rate. There's like so much more going on in the screen. It doesn't feel like they're as limited with like how much a character can move. When I watch like the new one, it feels like they are cutting corners a little bit, to the extent that where it doesn't hamper the show's quality, but like it's noticeable to me where it's like characters don't really move, and when they do move, you cut away and you don't really like show them move. You know, it's always like a slight head movement or something like that, and then maybe like whenever shit goes crazy, it's like when he transforms into like golden Mononoke or golden medicine vendor. But I'm interested that you said that.
I kind of like that style more though.
Because
I know the show's going for like the artsy, and it's like when I look at the Mononoke shows, like it's like I just think of a painting.
It's a Edo period painting. It's trying to emulate that style, and I agree with you. I agree.
So I didn't like them not moving, and that really bothered me.
I think it added to the style. I agree with you. I think it was just a really fresh change of pace for me because I got like 6 episodes into the anime, like Mononoke, and then I watched Ayakashi Samurai Heart Tales. I'm like, whoa, this actually has a budget. But I do stand by what you said. Like, I do think the art style is trying to reflect an Edo period style painting. Like if you go look up Edo period art and you look at like just like a painting of like, you're like, yep, that's what Mononoke looks like. That's what it's trying to do. That's why it has this like this gradient overlay where it's like you can see wrinkles, like paper wrinkles, like over the show kind of. That's why, you know, it has this like very distinct color palette where it's like, you know, green and red and just like stuff that you would see in like an Edo period thing. Yeah, like you're absolutely right, Manny. It is trying to be like that. And I do think that them not moving adds to that. Yeah, you're right. And I do appreciate that about the show. But I don't know. I also felt that way about the other one, even though it was more colorful, and maybe it being more colorful and more bold and just like stronger.
How do you think it's more colorful though?
Maybe colorful is not the right word. You know how Naruto just looks fucking gray? Do you know what I'm trying to say? I feel like Mononoke feels desaturated. Like, listen, like desaturated. I don't know if that's the right vocabulary, but what I'm trying to say is like the colors feel washed out. It feels like they painted it and it's been there for a while and like they're chipping, you know? They're there and it is very colorful, but they're not as bold. It's not like a fresh coat of paint. When I watch Ayakashi Samurai Horror Tales, it feels like, they just painted this. They just did this. When I watch Mononoke, it's like it's been sitting there for a while. And I think that's part of the aesthetic. I think that's intentional. And I don't really dog the show for that. I just kind of, after seeing it for so long, I my eyes just kind of, I don't know, it gets tired of it, I guess. I heard the sound effect. Ding! Yeah. Are you looking at the episodes right now? Is that what you're doing?
Hold on.
Take your time. I'll peep my notes.
First of all, what you said, you saw the whole Ayakashi thing, right?
Yes, I did.
What do you think about the other stories?
I didn't. No. Oh wait, no. I'm sorry. I didn't watch the whole thing. I only watched the Bakeneko. I bought the Blu-ray though, so I'm gonna watch the whole thing eventually. Oh, the opening. The opening. Talk about
that shit is sick.
Yeah. Yo, that was such like, bro, it's so different than the other one. The other one's like, hi, And this one's like, Mononoke, yo. It's like some fucking Digimon shit. Yeah. I did like you tell me what you think so I can say what I think, like, in contrast to you.
I don't know. I just think Mononoke looked way better than Ayakashi.
Okay. Keep going though.
Like,
Beyond just
I think, like, especially when it comes to like the C Bishop story with the, especially the dudes.
I loved how the
Genkai
boat
the
looked.
story, and then like the boat looks crazy, but when they're underwater, the fishes are going around them.
Yes. Yeah. I love the design of the boat. I love the interior. I love how many floors there are. I love how there's like a fish tank in there. I love how that's animated. Take your time.
My favorite stories was my favorite story was the mask one.
Yeah.
Because I read so many different theories about what it means. And first of all, I want to ask you, like, I feel like I would get this show more if I was Japanese. Don't you think so as well? Because one, the subtitles fucked up, but two, I feel like
the subtitles were so fucked up. They did not explain what they were trying. Ayakashi Samurai Horror Tales subtitles that were like fan subtitles. I don't know what site you watched it on, but what I watched it on was like clearly like a fan did this, and I don't think this is like the official subbing for this show. Or this is like an old sub or something. They were different than the ones in Mononoke. Mononoke was like, the reason is the attitude of the heart. Nigga, what the fuck does that mean? Like, I don't, like, how am I supposed to decipher that? But in Ayakashi Samurai Horror Tales, they say that, I hope I wrote this down. I hope I did. They explain it very vividly. They say, essentially, shape, truth, and reason are just kind of, shape is what the Mononoke is and like what form it takes. Truth is what happened that like caused the Mononoke to be a Mononoke, and the reason is just why did. So it's like who, what, and why, essentially. That's what those three things are. But they don't really fucking explain that well. So I was kind of watching the whole show mildly confused as to like what they were doing. I understand the idea of like, now I get it, but like I didn't really get it like as I was watching it for some of them, and it kind of detracted from my enjoyment because I was a little lost sometimes. But yeah, the sub, I blame the sub. I think the subtitles, and maybe the sub was bad because maybe it's all tied to like Japanese dialect, and like we can't really decipher it like in English, and just it can't just be like an easy sub. Maybe the easier you make it, you deflate from like what the Japanese version is trying to do. Subbing shows is not easy, Manny. It's not that simple, and I imagine it was difficult to try and sub this show, so I'm not gonna give it too much slack. I agree with you. It probably was really hard, but yeah, keep going though.
Yeah, like I read so many theories on the mask one, and like a lot of people like. I like how the show, like.
What do you keep going? I'm sorry, I was gonna talk about the mask one, but you can keep going.
I like how the show. It doesn't tell you like really what's going on.
Yes.
You got to separate. Like there's a lot of theories how like the girl in the mask one, she's dead already. A lot of theories saying she's alive. Theories are saying that the mask dude was the medicine seller's. That was his golden body. Because they had the same nails, same skin tone, same hair color. They're saying that was him. Then at the end of the episode, he was smoking that same pipe that the mask guy was smoking. And I honestly, like, I rewatched that whole mask thing because I didn't really get it the first time, so I rewatched it. I rewatched it like kind of right before I called you, and like that was my favorite part. I feel like that was the most confusing part. But after reading like so many theories and so many things about it, and rewatched it, I enjoyed it like so much more.
Yes. That is something that I value a lot in a show. I like something that's challenging and that like tests your like mettle as to like whether you're paying attention, whether you're invested, something that knows that you won't get it the first time, and it's something that like wants you to watch it multiple times in order to understand it. I love shit like that, and that is one of those things. And I love the first episode because it's like it gives you just enough information to where it's like you can kind of figure it out for yourself. We're not going to tell you what this little balance thingy is. We're not going to tell you fully how like all the rules work or what his transformation is. They don't show you his transformation in the first episode. They don't really show you, but you see it for like half a second. So even though I didn't watch Ayakashi Samurai Horror Tales, and even though like I didn't fully know what unsheathing the sword would look like, that one cut of just like the dude like, you know, in his like final stance as if he already like sliced the blade or whatever, or he like unsheathed it, I was like, oh, I get it. Like I'm connecting the dots without having you have to tell me. The show tells you through the means of filmmaking. It tells you through the means of editing. It tells you in a way that the medium of film can only tell you. And I love when things are able to use the visual medium to its fullest. And Mononoke does that through editing and through cinematography. Very deliberate cinematography and very deliberate editing. Cinematography is where like the camera is at any given moment, and editing is like how it cuts in each specific moment. And it's all very deliberate and all very specific. And the audio design, the sound design in this show is very particular too. The sound effects and like how they're used.
Yeah, I love how the sword, the teeth, when the teeth bites.
Yeah, it's like,
out the truth or whatever.
Yeah. They don't even, he doesn't announce it. He doesn't say it. Sometimes they don't even show the sword. They don't even cut to the sword doing the sound. You just hear it and you're like, uh-oh, that's it. It's right there. You know, it expects you to be paying attention. It assumes that you get it. Yeah. So I'm glad you like the Faceless Mask one.
I thought this show was fucking cool as fuck.
Yeah, it's very creative and it's very good.
Like I said earlier, he didn't even need to do the Super Saiyan thing to make the show good.
Yeah,
but it just came. Yeah. It was lit. But
I love how whenever he does go Super Saiyan mode, it always gets super creative, like visually, on like how he kills the Mononoke. Sometimes they just like the background just turns white and like the audio just cuts out.
Bro. And the mask one, like when she does it, he's just standing with the sword like right on her neck, just standing there.
Yeah.
And then the next scene, he's sitting in front of her when she's like. And then like you don't even know if the girl dies. You don't, because she's the Mononoke, but you don't know if like he kills her or like if she like just leaves the house. Because you know what the thing is too, in the same story, like when he was like, when she figured out she's the Mononoke, she was sitting at the house, and they're like, bring the sake, and then she's looking out the window, she's like sitting there, and then she disappears, and then the medicine seller's sitting there, and they're like, bring the sake, and he's smoking the pipe, and he's like, but no one's here, and then he disappears, and then everyone stops talking, and you're like, I still don't know what happened, but I'm like, bro, what just happened?
I don't remember every detail of like that story, so I didn't really look up any theories. My conclusion that I came to at the end was that even if you are a Mononoke, because with the Sea Bishop one, the guy had, the way they wrote it, the guy had like a multi-personality disorder, I guess, and one personality birthed a Mononoke. So he was a Mononoke, but like one side of him was a Mononoke. So the other side of him didn't die, but one side of him did die in essence, right? So it's not necessarily this purely physical thing where if you are a Mononoke and I kill you, then you're gonna die. It's like, you know, if there is a bad part of you like inside, then that part of you is going to die, and like that's going to be the thing. Unless you're like unless you're literally like a ghost or something.
But it is different with her case, because he did have that side of him, but for this one, like she was, you know, like she was it, you know what I mean? Because like, you know, because remember he was like, who did you kill? And she was like, I killed my family. Huh? He was like, who did you kill? And then like it revealed that she was killing herself.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's like, if she's killing her, if she was a half.
Oh no, she wasn't a half. She wasn't a half.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She was a full. So like, you don't know if when he did that Super Saiyan mode and was holding the sword, you don't know, like, did he kill her? Did he not? And then, like, did she kill the family after he said no one's here? And plus, there's a lot of theories about the medicine.
That was at the end of the episode. I think when he said her whole goal is that she wants to like run away and like not be there, and he keeps telling her like run away. When he said no one's here, I thought that was the show telling me like she survived and she ran away, and the Mononoke, which was an analogy just for like her like not benefiting herself and her self-deprecating and like not doing what was like right for her. I thought that she was just like she just understood like not to do that anymore. And whether that was through the medicine seller's ritual thingy where he like killed a part of her, it was I don't know if that's what happened entirely. I just assume that. It's a very abstract show. I don't feel like the rules are very concrete.
Like that could be a possibility, but at the same time, like him killing Mononoke, just like in the Ayakashi, it can be the same. Like him getting rid of, not getting rid, but laying them to rest. Like the cat was laid to rest. Him killing the Mononoke is the cat getting peace, getting rid of his vengeful soul.
Yes.
You know, so it could be him like just letting her go into like it's like she can like die, like how she killed herself. She can like just let her go into this afterlife, give her peace of mind in the afterlife, or it can be her just setting her free and like running away.
Yeah,
you never know. I thought that was the best story. It was so good. Plus, it just ties onto the theory like who was the masked guy she got married to, because I think it was the medicine seller, his other form.
Yeah.
And he used that form to like reinforce his ideas of like you don't have to self-deprecate yourself. And plus, you know, when he defeated that other guy, because the other dude, the masked guy, like he would be like, I can't go back there, and he would like he can marry her, but he can't. If he stayed with her, she would have to keep reliving that nightmare, because that's like, you know how she killed herself like plenty of all those times. Like if the thing was like, I read that if he stayed with the masked dude, she would have to stay there, and he couldn't get her out of there. So it was so weird. I read so many theories, and I'm kind of getting scrambled right now.
Yeah, that's understandable. I appreciate your tenacity in figuring this one out.
I love that story. I love that story.
My favorite one, I just love the first one. I think the first one is my favorite one. I think I liked the one from Ayakashi Samurai Horror Tales because it was just so, despite it having like, you know, a different kind of art style kinda, and being a little bit more direct, I still felt like it was very well directed. And there were many moments where like there were parts that I loved that were like very well edited and very well executed. Like I love how they're stuck in this room and he's like trying to keep them all in here, and the guy like tries to open the door, and they don't show the Mononoke, but they have this first person perspective and they play the sound effect where it's like, and they do the thing where it's like each frame is bleeding into the other frame, so it looks like you're seeing it from the perspective of like a monster or something. So it goes, and then like it just cuts to the inside of the door, and he's like pasting his like seals on the door like mad fast. And it was just like, the show has very sharp cuts. It doesn't show the actual thing happening. It usually shows the after effect of whatever is happening. If he's like slicing somebody, it usually doesn't show him do the slice. It shows like after the slice or something. You know, if somebody dies or like gets hit, it usually shows like after they like get grabbed or something. And I just really like that. It has a really nice style and a really nice feel to it. And I really love that in the first one. The first one had such amazing fucking like editing and storytelling, and it was like so perfect. And the twist, these are stories. These are like ghost mystery narratives essentially. They're mystery stories, honestly. That's what they are. And I feel like the first one is my favorite because I was not fucking expecting that at all. The twist of it being like an abortion place and the what the Mononoke were, not expecting it in the slightest. Like I said, you implant something into the viewer's head and you get them to think one thing, and then like if they think, you know, another thing, like then if they think one thing and you show them the real thing and it subverts their expectations, you've succeeded. With the faceless mask one, I kind of got under the assumption like, oh, it's just, I kind of guessed it like a little bit because they just did that in C Bishop. C Bishop was kind of the same thing where it was like, oh, the Mononoke is in you. You're the problem and you're being the issue. And it's a really human story about like the psychology of people and like, you know, right from wrong and coming to terms with like, you know, whether you should have done what you did. So it's very easy to just say like, you're the Mononoke and you're the issue. And that's what they did in C Bishop. And I was like, that was kind of boring. I kind of prefer when it's like a dead person or there's like more of a dynamic thing going on than just it's within you that's the problem. And that's kind of what the faceless mask one was to me, especially after C Bishop. That's what kind of hurt it for me. It came like right after one where they did something very similar and I was like, but it was much better than C Bishop to me as well.
Because... Yeah, I think C Bishop is the worst one.
Yes, me too. I was watching reviews on it too, and other people were saying that, and I'm like, okay, I'm glad I'm not alone on that one, because it just seems so fruitless for most of it. It's just kind of like, I don't know. It's the most simple. One thing
cool about C Bishop is I actually got to see it up.
Go ahead. This is good, man.
This scene. Looks fucking beautiful.
Yes, it does.
But this scene, when he's telling his story at first and he's lying, it turns out he was lying the whole time counterclockwise. And then when Thing caught him, the medicine seller, he was just like, the fish was like turned around again. He was like, nah, you're lying. And like, I wish I caught it the first time, but
that's really cool.
There's a lot of things that happen in the background of the show. Especially in the last story, like, while the train's going, when the mayor died, or he died, you can, like, I'm saying Ayakashi, like, you see him in a different element because you see him, like, he gets scared, he gets frustrated, angry. He's super angry in that one.
Yeah.
The Mononoke makes him bleed. And it's like different from the Mononoke one because in Mononoke he's always calm, cool, collect, and nothing phases him at all. But it's cool in Ayakashi that like he was actually struggling.
Yeah.
And then he actually failed to unseat the fucking thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then
yeah, bro, I remember that.
The sword did it for him. The sword started screaming.
Yes. And
it showed him like the sword pretty much forced him to see what really happened.
Yeah.
So like it's like he didn't really figure it out on his own.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was really cool.
Yeah.
I wish they kept that same kind of style of him getting mad, frustrated, or can't just instantly solve everything like he did in Mononoke.
Yeah.
That's what was special to me in Ayakashi.
That I feel like that one does stand out a lot, and like it serves as like a interesting season finale, kind of honestly, to Mononoke. Because it's like, damn, bro, like that was epic, you know? Like the medicine seller is more angry and bitter in like the Ayakashi Samurai Horror Tales than he is in what's his face thing, than he is in Mononoke. I did like seeing him bleed and like the monster like fighting back. It felt more like a battle. It felt more like, you know, I say this all the time, but I like when the tropes of like anime seep into like more creative like things that are kind of doing their own thing. But like this one was kind of like, you know, its own unique little thing. And then, but in Ayakashi Samurai Horror Tales, he has like a fucking anime fight with the goblin cat, and I was like, oh, this is dope. Like I fuck with this. It's still Mononoke and it's still the same thing. And I still appreciate that the other one's there, but I really fuck with what's going on here. And I just love like so many moments and so many scenes, like like people fucking die in that one. There is like actual like real genuine stakes. And that's why I fucking love that one. The scene where he like kills all of them and their blood is like on the wall and it's like in a rainbow color. That's like partially why I say like it's more colorful, because of moments like that where it's like, holy shit, like this wouldn't be in that show. Like they wouldn't do that in that show. But in Mononoke, I don't dislike the art style of Mononoke. I don't want it to seem like that. juxtaposed to the Bakeneko from Ayakashi, it's very, you know, when you compare and contrast, it can be a little bit, you know, I can kind of think one way or another about the other one.
I don't know. I guess you see it different ways.
Fucking yeah, though. I like the abortion one. I think it has a very clever twist. You know, it's a mystery narrative. I don't like C Bishop because C Bishop doesn't have a good twist. Like, the idea is like, oh, it's a whodunit story. Like, who is the Mononoke this time? And it's like, I think did you mute yourself? Okay, I can hear.
No.
You. Okay.
But it's weird because the C Bishop one, that the other samurai that was there, there was something about him. Did you see the after credits about him? Because he had an after credit scene where like he you know how his sword broke. He goes to his sword and he's like thank you. And I was like, did I miss something? Because I don't remember him having really a role in C Bishop, but why would they give him an after credits? You know.
That's really interesting. I mean, that's one of the things I didn't like about C Bishop. It felt like you had all these characters with their own identity and their own problems, and like by the end, none of it mattered because this guy's the Mononoke, and we only have to worry about him now. And I was like, oh, okay. Like that actually sounds really cool because the samurai guy had like a character and he had a conflict that was really interesting, and then they just didn't do anything with it. So
yeah, he got an after credit scene. It was cool that Kaio was like, hey, it's the medicine seller from the ghost cat. You know
that? Yeah, bro. Oh shit, I didn't even realize that. Fuck.
Yeah, I realized it. Yeah, Kaio was like, it's the medicine. And you know what's funny too? The last story, that girl who looks like Kaio, apparently that's like her. People are saying that was her reincarnation.
I saw that in the Under the Scope review, like on like YouTube. I missed that completely though. I did not.
You missed both of those?
I remember her saying the ghost cat. I did not make that connection because I watched Ayakashi after I watched C Bishop.
I watched the Ayakashi one last.
Yeah, and I completely did not make that connection. So now that you say that,
really?
But I made the connection that those characters were the same. Like Kaio from Ayakashi is the same character in like C Bishop, and they just like repurposed her. You know, it's the same person. She has the same character design and stuff. So I was like, oh, they brought her back. And then there was that girl in the Ghost Cat, and I'm like, oh, she's fulfilling the role of Kaio from Ayakashi, but for this one. And I don't know why people come to that conclusion that she is a reincarnation, but I'm interested to rewatch it because I'm gonna rewatch it. I'm gonna watch the show again one day.
It has to be because the last story takes place in like the 1900s, when the other ones are way back.
Yeah, that really confused me. You know, because
it turns to a point where like like I said, you don't know shit about the medicine seller. He claimed in Ayakashi, he said he's human, but he has limitations.
Yeah,
but clearly, like
they might have changed that.
He has a Super Saiyan form. He has the fucking. He's lived. Apparently, he's lived for over like at least.
Yeah.
Like 300 years.
Why did he say he dresses like a medicine vendor again? He said it in like either the last 3 episodes of Mononoke or he said it in Ayakashi, and I don't remember. He said like why he's like, people don't take me seriously if I don't dress up like this or something like that. I don't know. It was weird.
I think I remember that.
But yeah, I don't know where people make that connection. Like they look the same of Kaio and the girl, but like what does that even
Yeah. It's funny that like it's funny how like some of these
theories.
Uh-huh.
Some of these theories?
Nah, some of these like the Ayakashi, the cat, he was definitely like valid for the things he was doing, right? Like you can't really say he was wrong, but like, you know, I found it interesting how the medicine seller, like, he'd be like, Mononoke don't exist in this world, even though like the cat had like a valid reason to do whatever he was doing, and like I agree with the cat, but like he was like Ayakashi cannot exist in this world, and so he kills it anyway. Or he doesn't really kill it, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I do.
And also in the last episode, he was like, when he was saying all that shit, he was like, Ayakashi can't exist in this world, and as long as they roam this world, then he disappears, and then the girl looks at the train tracks and he's just gone. It's like, I don't know shit.
I don't even really remember that, to be honest. I feel so bad. I don't. No, I'm sorry. I remember him saying something like that, but I don't remember it like cutting in the middle.
I actually just have it right here. I was about to look at it. It's fucking. This is a short clip. Then he's just gone. It's like, bro, where the fuck did you just fucking go?
Oh. Let me pull that up myself. Let me see if I can. Wow. I did not remember that at all.
I don't know, because while watching the show, I was like...
Well, the thing clasped, you know? So, like, he figured out the reason, truth, or shape, like, in that, right? That's what that means when it clicks. So, when it clicked, like, that was... I don't know, maybe it has something to do with that. And... I remember
because they showed that for a reason.
They did. Yes.
They showed the girl looking at the tracks where he just was for a reason. So like I don't know what the show's trying to say.
The show in general?
Yeah, like
or like, this episode. Well, I mean,
the show, because like the episode's already done. Like the show is done. It's like, why did they do that little scene right there?
I am going to watch this, and I'm going to be quiet. I'm sorry. Give me a second.
人は世に生まれるもの。あやかしは世にあるもの。生まれるものとあるものが誠と断りを共にある。形を得る。形を得て、あってはならぬもののけが生まれる。もののけを絶やすことはできぬ。されど、もののけを切る。払うことはできる。故に剣があり、剣をつかむ手がある。さて皆様、あなた様の誠と断り、お聞かせ願いたく候。もののけが人の世にある限り。
Oh, I get it. Are you watching it right now?
What'd you think?
He's basically saying that like Mononoke are an analogy for like the evil that like exists in the world. The truth and reason are just like things that birth what does he say, like ill luck and karma are like the things that cause like a Mononoke. So the things that create a Mononoke are born out of like the negative traits or like negative things that humans do. And he's basically saying Mononoke will always be in the world. We will never be able to exterminate all of Mononoke. That's not how it works. But we can like exercise them. And by exercise, I think if you're drawing an analogy to like the real life, like what they're trying to say with the show, it's like we can curb, we can try and change, and we can try and improve, and we can try and fix the bad things. We can try and fix the hate or like the bad things that we did and learn from our mistakes. We can't exterminate in general all the bad things that we do, but we can try and like grow from it, you know? And that's essentially what every single story does. Every single time one of these Mononoke stories, they grow from it, they learn something, or like somebody is forgiven, or you know, like a negative trait is expunged. The Japanese chimera, the piece of wood or whatever, has to is killed so that it stops seeking vengeance, I feel. And then the one with the face mask, the one that you like, that one is about like, you know, don't be self-deprecating towards yourself. The sea bishop one,
trust me, like I get what you're saying, but
yeah,
I get that part, but I'm talking about like why did all I was asking is why did they have him there? Why did he say all this stuff? Disappeared, and the girl look over the tracks. That's all I was talking about. Like, I get what he's saying. I get the show. I get that. But I was trying to get that.
Let me watch this. I think the idea was like he was in that scene, he was like fighting the cat, and when he clicked the thing, he entered his like I'm gonna fight the cat dimension, and he disappeared from the tracks.
I don't think he was gonna fight it. I don't think he was gonna fight the cat.
Wait,
I see
was the cat cured at that point? Was it like fine?
I mean, he was just petting the cat. I don't think he was gonna exercise the cat. He was gonna.
Right.
But I see this theory where when that whole dialogue, he was just talking to the audience. He was telling the audience to reveal him as true. But still, like, I really just want to know why did the show animate the girl looking at the train tracks?
Because she heard him. Because she heard him, I think.
Where did he go? How did he disappear?
Niggas disappear all the time in this show, though.
No. Niggas disappearing is always like a cut, but like this was just like he was there, then he was just there. It really has nothing to do with the show. It's really like, why did they show that? And I would have to ask.
You don't feel like there are times where people go into like some form of like an alternate dimension-y kind of thing? Do you don't feel like there are times where it's like you are not on Earth right now and you are in a different plane of existence? Kind of. I know that's stretching it, and I don't want to like sound stupid by saying that. But do you ever feel like, oh, the background is white? They are not like, they're in a weird place right now. You know? Like
I guess you're saying, but I don't know how.
I understand.
I'm really what I'm asking is really doesn't really matter. It's just like,
maybe it does, Manny. Maybe it's the most important thing. Thank you very much.
Like, this dude is not... I don't know what this fucking guy is, because, look, he's not fucking human. Like, look at his ears. He's not a fucking human.
He's an elf. He's some ethereal being.
But he claimed he was human.
Maybe he was human and the sacred sword alters him because of his fighting the Mononoke. Maybe the limitations on his body are like how human he gets. Maybe it's like a Maid in Abyss thing where the more he uses the sword, the more monstrous he gets. The more something. I don't know. The more elf looking he looks. I know it's a silly theory. I don't know the answers. I'm just pulling all this out of my ass.
I like shows that make me. I like shows that make me go read theories and forums and stuff.
Yes, so. And this is one of those shows.
This is the best show I've watched
in a long time.
Since Castlevania.
Nice. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you enjoyed it very much.
I really enjoyed.
I am glad you recommended it. I would not have watched this show if you didn't say that you were watching it, and I'm very glad that I watched it because. This is the type of media that I enjoy. I don't get this from anime, which is why I don't really watch anime. But this is what I like. This is like what I watch in movies. Yeah, very good. Really liked it. I feel like it's hard to rate this show in its entirety because it took me a long time to finish it because there were some bits that I did not really like. C Bishop. I wasn't too crazy about the face mask one. And so I confidently can say like I liked 3 of them. I liked the abortion one, I liked the goblin cat, and I like the Japanese chimera with the black and white thing. That one has some symbolism that I didn't even look into. I didn't even try to understand. But like the shit with the dog and like all that stuff, I'm like, what does that mean? Why is there a dog? Like what significance does that hold? Yeah, Man, if we're talking about theories, the first one, like, that's one that I'm really confused about. Like, I don't know if
I know that the kids were the Mononoke, and the woman was like herself, and she wasn't really like an evil person. But like, I was questioning whether he killed the woman or whether he killed the kids, or like the evil Mononoke kids. And I think he killed the evil Mononoke kids, and the woman just. Go ahead.
He killed the kids. He killed the kids.
Yeah.
Because when she took off the little thing to try and give birth to all of them,
Yeah,
and it was making her bleed, the kids realized the only person trying to do them justice, it was like hurting her. So like, and then that's when the dude.
I love how that was executed. You know, what's happening is this person is like having kind of like a forced abortion, and you know, there are like all these demons that are like trying to come out of her, but like the way it is presented through the show, Manny, is like so unique and so like distinct. It's not directly showing you any of these things happening. It's showing you through the means of editing. It's showing you through the means of like cinematography and through symbolism. There's a lot of things that are symbolic where it's like, yeah, this isn't directly what's happening, but like this is a symbolic way of showing you what's happening. You know, it shows all the kids connected to her kind of with these like pieces of paper, like on an umbilical cord, like attached to her, like a carpet. And then you see them all like disappear in a cut. And like you said, that's them like all saying like, oh, we don't want to get birthed by like the mother because we understand that it's like hurting her or whatever. Like that's what you said in that sense. And, you know, when she gets an abortion, like you can see like one of them like gets cut. So it's like, it's just like really powerful symbolism that I really like. It's made for people with a brain. And I like shows that respect that I'm not a dumbass. And this is one of those shows. It's very good. I really liked it. And I'm glad you enjoyed it too. It's hard for me to rate it though, because I don't think every episode is as strong as the other. And it's hard for me to rate shows that are like episodic and like not, and they're like super separate. There's like not even an overarching story really. They're all like their own thing. So I would rate the first one a 9. I'd rate the second one, Sea Bishop, I'd rate that a 6. I'd rate the third one a 6. I'd rate Japanese Chimera an 8. And I'd rate Goblin Cat a 6. And Ayakashi, I would give a 7. The first one, so if I had to rank them from best to worst, Pregnant. Yeah, go ahead.
I think I'm going to give the show like an 8. The whole show.
The whole show?
I think this shit is nasty. I really like it. I don't know if it's gonna get in my top 50 though.
Yeah, I'm glad you like it.
Like I said, I don't think it's Mushishi.
Mm-hmm.
I think Mushishi tells better stories in a shorter time without the Super Saiyan, without the sword.
Yeah,
that's how good Mushishi is to me.
I want to check out Mushishi. I'll give it a try one day.
But this show is really good.
Yeah. All right.
Good.
It's
the best show I've watched since Castlevania.
Let me see. What have I watched since Castlevania? Let me see. I gotta send you my anime list. Hold on. What about ping pong?
Oh yeah, ping pong is better.
Yeah. Animation. Okay. Children of the Sea. I saw that. That movie was awesome. I saw Ping Pong, Beastars, Dragon Maid. Yeah, I would give Mononoke a 7 out of 10. That's my rating for the show in general. But like I said, I think it's kind of difficult to rate the entire thing. So I rated each one specifically. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I think I hold on. No, okay.
Let me send you the my anime list.
All right. Yeah. It doesn't breach my top 50,
Gotcha.
but it still gets an 8.
Cool.
I gotta rate Made in Abyss.
Yes, you do.
Mononoke. I'm gonna remember Mononoke.
I'm gonna remember this show too. This is gonna stick with me. This art style, it's hard to forget. I love the soundtrack. I love the opening. Does that get a little popper? Does that get a popper on your list?
I don't know, cause the poppers are shits I go back to.
Hey,
You want to go back to that?
me again.
I don't know.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna send you. I sent it through Discord. My anime list. I also put the manga on there. But if you're ever wondering what I'm watching, and like how far I am in each thing, or like what I have dropped, so I know it's late, Manny, but we got to talk about Sonny Boy. Did you watch Sonny Boy?
I haven't watched it.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Because when this is what I mean by Funimation is a shitty fucking
What do you watch anime on? Well, you watch it on your phone.
Yeah, my phone. But
oh yeah, like, Funimation on the phone is terrible. It's terrible on the phone.
So when I download it, like I told you before, I would download it, and then the show would download with no subtitles. So I remember I pulled it up at work, ready to watch. And I'm looking at the bottom of the screen. I'm not seeing shit. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Oh my god.
It's a joke, dude.
Bro, I was really excited to talk about Sonny Boy too. That sucks. I'm sorry. And it's only on Funimation. It's not on Crunchyroll.
I know,
so
but
like,
how you feeling about it? No,
it's really good. It's very creative, and in the same way that like Mononoke is, where it's like really uses the medium of film and the medium of the visual animation to kind of express what it's trying to express. It uses editing. It uses very weird conceptual like visual things that can only be conveyed through the means of like things that you can see with your eyes. You know, there is only so much that you can do you know, by just making like a bare bones cookie cutter anime and like conveying that through like a manga. There's only so much that you can do, and this show does things that like I feel like it can only do as like a show. There's like some scenes that like I'm like, wow, like this is really good. I just really like the editing. I really like the writing. I really just like how it's conveyed. It has a very distinct style to it, and it's probably because it's not based off a manga and it's like an original thing. That's probably the only reason why it's like so unique. And that's why I like stuff that's not based off a manga. Mononoke. If that shit was based off a manga, it would be ass. Yeah. So, you know, I'm really liking it so far. It's conceptually like really cool. It's really, really weird. Yeah, it's just really conceptually great show. Really nice directing. One of the most unique looking anime I've ever seen in terms of its directing and editing. In the same vein as Mononoke, honestly. I don't want to get your hopes up because it's like, I don't know if it's as rewatchable or as like thought provoking, but like just from like a visual like flair, it's the same, you know? I don't think it's going to rack your brain as much as Mononoke will, but it will definitely
No,
It'll-
I already know what it looks like. It already does.
Yeah.
It looks incredible.
It looks like it has an identity. It doesn't look like everything else, you know. Yeah, and I like it, and that's all I can really say. There's only 3 episodes, so there's not much to spoil, anyways. But it's really cool. I like it a lot. Yeah.
Okay. I just rated Inuyashiki. I'm gonna wait for what you gotta say. I'm actually interested in what you gotta say.
For what?
Inuyashiki.
Oh, you want me to watch it?
If you want to, I don't really.
Yeah.
You're not really missing anything if you don't watch it.
Okay.
Well, that's what I think, though.
I'm gonna watch Michiko and Hatchin. That's like gonna be, and that's like that's a meaty one. So if you watch that, that's what I'm gonna watch. And I don't know if I'm gonna watch anything else. I don't know. There's like, do you want to watch Odd Taxi? Wait, no, you're watching Vivy, so you're watching a bunch of other stuff. So you can watch Vivy if you want, but I wanted to watch Odd Taxi because that's like the other thing that ended like recently, and that's what I wanted to watch. And I'll wait for you if you want to watch that, but you know. But if you're gonna watch Vivy, then you can finish that.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch Vivy. I'm
Right.
already almost done. I'm almost done.
How many episodes is it? 13, 12? Okay. Do you want to put another series on top of that, or do you want to watch Vivy, Michiko, and Hatchin, and then just call back when we finish that?
I'm gonna watch Vivy, Michiko, Hatchin, and after that, I don't know.
Okay.
I might watch. The Tatami Galaxy.
If you watch that, you have to tell me. I want to talk about that with you.
Have you seen it?
No, I haven't.
But I know that one.
That's by Masaki Yuasa. That's like this by the guy who did Devilman. So I need to like be able to discuss that one if you watch it. I don't want it to be like a one thing where you watch it and I don't.
That one is like.
Yeah.
I never heard a single thing bad about that thing. You got good ratings too.
Masaki Yuasa is the king. He's my favorite director. He makes godlike shit. Banger, 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 banger. Devilman, Ping Pong, Tatami Galaxy, Night of Short Walk On Girl, Ride Your Wave, Lou Over the Wall, fucking Inuo. He's a king. Kaiba. There's so many shows I want to watch, Manny.
Well,
all right. That was
think-
good, bro.
I think you should get to the shows you really want to watch before you watch something like Inuyashiki.
Yeah. I want to watch things that you want to watch, you know, and things that I want to watch that like I think you might also be interested, I'll recommend to you. And if you're not interested, then like maybe I'll watch them by myself and I'll like know to just watch them by myself. But like I'll recommend them to you first because I enjoy talking to you about it and watching it more than I do just like watching it. You know, I would rather watch and talk than just watch. So like I have a full fucking list of things that with each episode I'll hit you up about. But I know you kind of like pick your own shows, so I'll let you do that still. But I got a bunch in the bank if you want it. We should watch The Melancholy of Haruhi whatever. That's one that you wanted to watch. Yeah. One day. It's not that long. I don't think so.
It's long to me now.
That's fair.
But Michiko and Hatchin, the first 3 episodes I watched really it really got me going. So
All right,
I feel like I'm gonna end that one fast. not too fast though.
Okay. No, I'll finish that shit fast. I like to get these shit out of the way. I like to bang these out and then just wait on you. So I'll probably finish that shit before the weekend ends.
Before the weekend?
Yeah, probably. I'll tell you when I finish it.
Yeah, honestly, I'm working all weekend.
Okay.
So I probably could do it.
I mean,
the weekends is when like my job is like really, it's not busy at all.
Mm-hmm.
Weekends when I work, that's when I get the most anime done.
Good,
So
cool.
I'm probably might finish it. I'll probably finish Vivy and that this weekend.
Are you there was like anime news that I wanted to show you, but kind of forget like most of it. Maybe I'll talk about it next time. But did you, I don't know, there's like a bunch of movie trailers that fucking came out. I don't know. I know you're not like super into movies, so.
I want you to watch Jobless Reincarnation.
Really?
Yes.
Jobless Reincarnation.
Because the new season comes out next season.
Next season?
I believe so. And that show, fire.
Mm-hmm.
I love that shit.
Jobless Reincarnation. Oh yeah, this is the one that you recommended. I will watch it just because you recommended it. I'll definitely give it a try. I don't know when, but I will. But bro, if you watch Atomic Galaxy, you have to fucking tell me. Dude, you better not fucking start that shit without me.
I know.
Son of a bitch.
I know. Gigurk made a video about Jobless Reincarnation.
Yeah.
Here it is. He says Jobless Reincarnation is an isekai masterclass. Yeah, I agree.
I don't really like isekai though, so that doesn't mean
I don't either. I don't either.
It's really odd that it's a genre. Like it's one of those things where it's like, how does this spawn like a genre, like a category of anime, you know? Like,
yeah. But also, the thing is too, like, this show, Jobless Reincarnation was like one of the first ones too. It was one of the first isekais. It's a really old one.
Jobless Reincarnation is old? I
Yeah.
searched it and it looked like it just came out.
It did. No, it came out.
It says air date January 11th.
I think the light novel was really old, or the manga.
Adaptation. Let me check. The light novel was published in 2014.
Yeah, I might get it confused then. Or something else.
Hold on. I'm gonna keep looking into this. It says 2014 on all of these.
Yeah, I probably got it confused with something else then. Oh, well. I really like that show though.
I guess the idea behind like genres and stuff is like people like one thing, they like one concept, and they just want to see that concept done over and over again, but like slightly different. So it's kind of like they're getting the same thing, but it's not the same. It's like a little different. It's like shonen. So I guess I can't criticize it too much. It's like mecha anime. I like mechs. I get it.
You seen Evangelion?
I watched the first 5 episodes. I really liked it, but like it was long and I didn't finish it. Should I watch that?
You call yourself an anime fan without watching Evangelion?
I know. I'm a bad person. I know.
What a joke.
I know. And I also just like, I'm demotivated because like I don't know if the Netflix version is like good, but I'm not watching that shit on like Kiss Anime. I'm not watching the actual dub because it's gonna take too much work to try and watch it illegally. I'm not doing that, even though I want to watch that version. So I guess I'm just gonna have to put up with the beta bitch Netflix version. I don't know, or watch it subbed, which I could do, but I don't know. The dub was good. I don't know. Maybe I should just watch it subbed.
Maybe you should just fucking watch the show. You can't
Maybe.
call yourself you don't know you can't call yourself a fan.
There's
But
so
I
many
watched
people who
it,
love
yeah.
anime that have not seen Evangelion, but I understand what you mean, especially for us and what we're doing. I know. I need to watch Evangelion. There's a lot of famous shit I haven't watched. I haven't watched Evangelion. I haven't watched.
You haven't watched Rurouni Kenshin?
Have you?
Hell yeah.
Really?
In my top 20.
It's like, yeah, but it's 50. It's like 50 episodes.
It's more than 50 episodes.
Bro, that's not very motivating.
Have you seen Yu Yu Hakusho?
I watched one episode. I watched the first episode and I was like, I think we talked about this last time. I think I told you. I watched the first episode and I was like, damn, that was awesome. I literally watched the first episode and I was like, that was fucking awesome. From one episode, I'm like, I'm going to like this show if I watch it. Manny.
Bro, you know, come on, bro. That's Yusuke.
I know.
You know, I watched it last year, so I was kind of late, but
Yeah.
I watched it, and it was great. It's in my top 20.
If I am
You just gave
disciplined
them amazing.
in the other aspects of my life to where I can feel as if I can watch to where I can watch like a 50 episode anime without feeling the sense of guilt,
It's
like I'm
not
wasting
50
my life.
episodes.
100 episode, whatever the fuck. Watching a 100 episode anime where I don't feel this sense of guilt like washing over me that I'm wasting my time, then I will watch it. It's easier for me to watch 24 episodes because it's like, I'm done. It's easier for that. I'll watch it, Manny. I will. Before I die, before I leave this world, I will watch Yu Yu Hakusho. That is my promise to you.
You got to. The show is so cool.
Du, 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 du.
I really like that shit. Yeah. I was so happy when I finished Rurouni Kenshin and this show. Because they're like two OG shonen shows
Yeah.
that I haven't watched. I like them both.
That's good. That's good.
Like I told you, I was gonna literally like a couple months ago, I was gonna just watch all of Inuyasha. I was committed. I'm gonna watch 100 plus episodes and just watch all of Inuyasha. But Crunchyroll doesn't have all the episodes. I was like 20 episodes in. I was like, I like this shit.
I just imagine your face like, all right, I like this shit. Wait, where's the next one? What the fuck?
Yeah,
No.
I was like,
Oh man, that's so
it's
funny.
like, and I was like, it's Inuyasha. Like, it is a big show. It's a popular show. It's an OG show.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to watch it one day. So I was committed to watching it. Then
I don't hear people talking about it. So
you definitely would never hear someone to shit up. You'll never hear it brought up, but still,
yeah.
it is part of the history. You know, I was watching a list. You know those videos where it'd be like, this was the most popular show at this time. And Inuyasha was at the top of the list for like so
Anime
long.
or manga?
Anime. At one point, it was like,
Interesting.
it was the biggest anime for so long.
In Japan or in America or worldwide?
I think it was global, I think. Hold on.
Yeah,
Original.
Manny. But Manny, after this next episode, Megalobox. Megaloboxing.
Yeah, I'm ready for that one. I'm already 5 episodes in.
That's good.
Right when that shit's done, I'm watching that shit. I'm dropping whatever I'm watching and I'm finishing that.
Yeah. I'm really excited to watch Michiko and Hatchin again. It's gonna be so fun.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch that shit. I'm really excited. Those first 2 episodes were good. Michiko's so bad. Oh my god.
I know.
Can't keep
That's-
take my.
That's intentional. It's like narratively part of the. It's like an intentional thing to make her attractive.
Inuyasha got an 8.6 in IMDb. Oh, kind of crazy.
IMDb is also user ratings, so like, you know, it don't mean too much.
I didn't expect it to be that.
Yeah. A lot of things are high. I'm going to share with you all my notes from like each show that we watched or that I watched that you have already seen.
Mm-hmm. When is Jobless Reincarnation coming? I'm telling you, bro, I'm hyped for that shit to come back.
Jobless Reincarnation?
Yeah. I'm telling you, bro.
I guess I can just show you my list.
I need a ReZero season 3. Like, that would be the greatest news of all time. I don't know why, but out of any show right now, I just want to watch ReZero.
It's consistent. It knows what it is. It won't disappoint.
That season 2 was
amazing.
It was so good.
Manny, there's too much stuff.
It was so good.
Manny, I don't have the fucking energy and time to watch all this shit. Have you heard of ghost stories? Manny. I don't have time to watch all these fucking shows.
ReZero season 2 is what every show should strive to be.
Yes. At least from season 1. I feel that way about the first season. I'm like, man, every anime needs to be like this. What the fuck? Like, you step up your game.
Nah, I do know ghost stories. But I'm honestly not interested in watching.
Okay. You seen the funny clips of the dub?
Yeah.
I might watch it. It looks fucking hilarious. I might watch Odd Taxi. Do you think you're gonna watch Odd Taxi?
Probably, I don't know. Depends on what you say. I'm gonna let you watch it.
Oh, okay. Depends on what I say. So you weren't interested in it, like, to begin with. This is one that I have to watch. Like, this looks very good to me.
I don't know. I've seen
mixed things.
I've seen a lot of people saying, not mixed thing. People saying it was a sleeper.
Yeah,
so
it looks very unique. I want to watch it.
I'm gonna let you handle that one.
Bet. I handled Dorohedoro. I'll handle this one.
Oh, I forgot about that show.
All right, so our show will be, our unified show will be Odd Taxi. I mean, Michiko and Hatchin, and then we'll watch maybe one other thing, and then we'll talk. But if you watch fucking Takami Galaxy, I have to fucking watch it.
So you giving me all the power right now?
You've always had the power, Manny. I mean, I don't know. Do you want to? If we take turns, I will recommend. I have many shows that I can recommend. If we were to like actually take turns and like you recommend a show, then I recommend a show, I would, you know, I would have stuff to recommend. But I just, you know, I don't want to. If you have specific things that you want to get to, then I won't detract from that. I'll let you get to what you want to get to.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Most of the stuff that you watch, I'll want to watch anyways. I feel like if anime was less of a commitment, then it would be easier for us to do this turn thing that I wanted to do. But like, it's too hard because I don't know. Like, what if there's a show that one person doesn't want to watch, and it's like, oh, I have to finish this show, or I have to like at least get somewhat like enough. I don't know. It just feels like I don't know. Like, I would recommend fucking ghost stories,
But you wouldn't want to watch ghost stories, you know. So
yeah. Have you heard of Remake of Our Lives?
no.
It's coming out. It's a weekly show. Pretty much, it's what I've been dreaming of for the last fucking how many years. This nigga, 28-year-old, goes back in time when he was in college.
Oh, this is an anime.
Yeah.
Goes back in time when he was in college.
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen this poster everywhere. This looks generic as fuck. The art style is just like very I would never click on this show.
Let's be honest. What slice of life show doesn't look generic?
Manny, you asked that question, and I know I can think of one. Just give me a second. Slice of life. I mean, I'm gonna name one, and you're gonna be like, "That doesn't count." Like, I know if I name one, you'll say that.
Go ahead.
Nichijou. Nichijou.
Huh?
Nichijou. The one with the girls and they like fuck around. Nichijou. Nichijou.
It looks fucking. What do you?
They have a distinct art style compared to like these guys. I look at this and I'm like, I wouldn't click on this. I look at that and I'm like, Like I go, like what's going on? I understand that they like do fit within like these, I don't know, character design tropes, but they don't look boring compared to these guys. This is like nothing. Nichijou is something. They look basic, but it's different. And it is unique. You can't say like things look like Nichijou. Nichijou looks like Nichijou. It's got like very specific angular character designs. These guys got like fucking basic ass anime colored hair and big tatties.
Listen, bro, not every show can be fucking Mononoke, right?
But if you want to grab my attention, then you better try.
Ollie, you know what? Fuck your attention. You know what? Jobless Reincarnation does come out next season.
Manny, if you recommend something, I will give it a chance, regardless. Maybe I should watch that.
Let's go. But
Maybe I'll watch
went into that show thinking, I'm gonna watch the shit Isekai, and I was like, whoa, this show's good.
All
Like,
right.
I mean, there's probably a lot of YouTubers that say good things about it.
I'll watch Jobless Reincarnation. Actually, no. I don't want to watch that right now. I'll watch. I'll watch Odd Taxi and Michiko and Hatchin. Do you want me to watch Jobless Reincarnation, Manny?
I want you to watch a lot of things. But, you know what? I want you to watch Evangelion, right? Not because of Evangelion. I want you to watch the movie, which is...
But I have to watch the show first.
I know. That's what I said. I want you to watch the show, but not for the show. Because I want you to watch the movie.
I know.
Jojo, Jujutsu Kaisen, fucking...
Yeah, it's really bad that I haven't seen that.
There's another big one that you didn't watch.
What other big one didn't I watch?
I'm
I'm not watching To Your Eternity, Megalobox.
I'm probably gonna watch that when it's done.
Yeah. What happened to Tokyo Revengers?
I'm still watching it.
Okay. What's going on with My Hero?
It's the best thing coming out this week. It is the best thing coming out this season by far. It's way better than My Hero, if you ask me.
Okay.
My Hero was definitely on up though.
Interesting. It's been on down for like 3 years, so. Do you disagree?
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't disagree. I just watch that show. I turn on My Hero and I just turn off my brain too. I'm like, there's nothing really there's nothing that's gonna happen that's gonna like really
Stimulate. Yeah. Change
Or,
the
like-
status quo, or, you know.
I really keep this straight so I'm watching the show, like, and I still tune in every weekend, so it's like they got me.
Oh, Manny. Oh, that's a meme.
And ReZero. Because
Yeah.
ReZero, that is the best dialogue in any show I've watched. Like
Best
the shit
dialogue.
these people say. Like the conversations in that show are just above
Rich.
almost every show. It's like crazy.
Densely packed.
Literally, I had to. Like, you saw the first season, right?
Yes.
So you remember the Roswell?
Remind me.
This fucking guy.
No, I don't remember that nigga.
You don't remember this fucking guy?
Who the fuck is that? He must have not been important. I'm sorry, I don't remember him at all.
Nah, he wasn't in season 1, but he owns the house that they live in season 1.
Oh, okay. He was barely there though.
Yeah, he wasn't. But dude, this dude's role in season 2 is incredible.
If I watch ReZero, I'm excited to give the director's cut a chance. Like, you never hear about an anime with a director's cut, so that like makes me that gives me a reason to rewatch season 1. So I might give it another chance. Let's see if I can find a method for how we can do these more. Like I don't know. Like, should I watch like one show to catch up on that you've already seen, so that I can tell you about a show that I've already seen?
I think you just do whatever you want.
Yeah, I think that is what
You
we
want
should do.
to watch Taxi and watch Taxi.
Yeah, I think I'll just follow the rule of like, I'll try to make it so that we watch at least one show together, and we have that. And today we went fucking hard, 3 fucking shows, like, holy shit. We've been here for what?
So, 4.5 hours, I think.
Fuck. Man, that was crazy. I watched Dorohedoro. Didn't even get to talk about it. Fuck.
I keep forgetting about that show.
It is a forgettable show. I guess.
That's not what I want to hear.
It's a 5 out of 10. It's not the worst thing ever. It's got a very distinct art style.
I'm gonna have to put that in the back burner.
The backlog. Yeah, but if go
I
ahead,
need to read Zero, man.
Manny.
Ollie, man.
Manny.
I really wish you watched. Like, this show is the shit. I would talk about the show like I talk about Part 4 of JoJo. That's much I love. You know, I remember I told Lewis to watch it. Lewis liked season 1, but he wasn't liking season 2. I was trying to tell him, like, Lewis, you know ReZero is slow. You know it takes his time with things.
Oh, bro, I could not watch it weekly, bro. I immediately realized, like, after the first episode, I was like, man, this is slow. I don't remember anything from season 1. So I just, like, gave up when it was coming out weekly. All right. Give me the top 3 shows that you want me to watch. Evangelion, ReZero, and JoJo? It doesn't have to be 3.
Yeah. I would like you to watch those shows, but at the same time, like,
I will watch whatever I want, but I will take into account, like, whatever you want me to watch a lot. So tell me.
Yeah. First, I'll say watch JoJo.
Okay.
So just so you can just watch those 2 before Part 6 starts airing. If you want to watch that weekly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I like JoJo Weekly.
Yeah. I love JoJo Weekly. I agree. JoJo Weekly is the only reason why I love JoJo.
So yeah, do those, watch those.
Alright.
Really, that me just telling you that would, because it is a lot of episodes. So
Yeah.
if you want to watch something tomorrow, try test out Jobless Reincarnation.
Okay.
12 episodes. Next season is airing again.
All right. I will guarantee that I will watch Michiko and Hatchin. And if you want to see what else I'm watching, just check out my anime list, and you'll see, and it'll show you like these are the shows that Ali's watching, and these are this is how far he's gotten in like each of these shows. And if you go to my completed list and you go to last updated, it'll show you like the last updated shows that I watched.
All right, cool.
Yeah. All right. Michiko and Hatchin. This was fucking good.
Bedtime now.
It's not for me, for you. For me.
This is the latest I stayed up in a while.
Oh, this is when I usually am awake.
This is gonna obliterate my sleep schedule.
Yeah. Sorry.
I called you. I knew what I was getting into.
Yeah. I had 7 things to talk about. Literally.
But you know, I fucking
love this though.
I love this shit right here.
Yeah. What episode is this?
We should have been doing this fucking earlier.
We should have been doing this what?
Earlier. But you wasn't watching anime at that time, so.
Yeah. Yeah. I gave up on anime. I took an arrow to the fucking knee. What
But now look at you. Watching Dorohedoro and shit.
Yeah.
Watching
What
that
about
Godzilla show.
Dororo? You had Dororo? What the fuck's that called? The one with the kid? You had that really hot. You had that in your top 50. Is that good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think so.
How many episodes is that? It's a long.
24.
Yeah, that's a long one.
Yeah. But you know what's cool about that show? Like, since it was made by the same guy who made Astro Boy, so
Huh?
it has the real.
Osamu Tezuka?
Yeah. I think I said this last time too.
Oh yeah, it was. That's really interesting. Tezuka's cool. Whenever cause he kinda, I don't wanna like talk out my ass, but he like kinda made anime what it is today, kind of.
Yeah, for sure. Because I know Astro Boy is really old, but
Astro Boy's
Doro
fucking
has
old.
a version, like a really old version.
Yeah, and it looks like I know what you're talking about, and it looks like Astro Boy. It has like the same art style and stuff.
Yeah, so I remember watching it when Doro was airing, because I watched it weekly. When it was airing, I would watch an episode and go back to the old version and see how like it would play out.
Yeah,
And it was cool to see.
that's crazy.
And they both have different endings, but I like the new one better.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
I'm
It is
glad you
cool.
liked it.
It's funny how like the old one, it was like the main character, and then Hakimaru. He was like, he looked like like more of a badass, and
Yeah.
in this one he looks like a Japanese boy that American girls would like. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Interesting.
Like he looks cute in this new one.
Yeah.
But in the old one, he looks like a grown ass man.
The Blu-ray came out recently for it. And I was like, huh, maybe I should watch it.
Yeah, one of the dudes I work security with here,
Mm-hmm.
he told me that he was watching it and he enjoyed it too.
Bet.
It's cool. It's different.
It is. It doesn't look very different. So it's enticing that you say that. Because I look at it and I'm like, this looks basic. But you're telling me it's different, so I'll give it a try.
Yeah, it's a little different.
Yeah. Michiko and Hatchin. Watching that next.
And Vivy.
And Vivy.
That's just for me.
That's just for you. I don't know what the next thing I'm gonna watch is. Whatever it is, I'll tell you. If I know you're not gonna watch it, I won't tell you. But if it's something that, like, you know, if I watch Tatami, which I'm not going to do, or something like it, I'll tell you. Where it's like, Manny might want to watch this with me. But
Let me see. Is that me in fucking Crunchyroll?
it's on Funimation. It's not on Crunchyroll. Actually,
Right.
it might be. Check.
Taboo Tattoo. That show is fucking dog shit. Oh my god.
Bro, I was watching that shit weekly. I was like, what am I doing with my life?
Dude, that shit was coming out when I was getting into anime.
It was.
Even back,
it was the first
even
show
back-
that I had to tell myself, like, yo, this is ass.
Dude,
It was the
like,
first show I really said, like, yo, that's ass.
it's funny because, like, especially at that time when I was willingly to watch garbage and finishing garbage, I was watching that show. I was like, yo, this right here is too much for me.
Bro, it's weird because, like, it had really good fights. So it was hard to, like, it's hard for me to sit there and be like, this is ass. Because, like, at the time, I didn't really understand what I valued in anime. I was like, I don't know. Like, I thought I only valued fights, you know? And I was like, what's missing? And then I realized kind of what was missing. I was like, oh.
Literally everything. The Ayakashi has, like, this cover art is fucking nice. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
You should watch the movie Short Walk On Girl. It has the same art style.
You should watch Jujutsu Kaisen. Speed Racer. What the hell?
You should watch the Speed Racer live action. That's what you should do.
No, I think I'm gonna watch the 1967 version.
Manny,
I think I watched the live action one. Isn't
You
it
did?
kind of old?
the live action one? Live action
Yeah.
one's like, it's got like visual effects in it and stuff. It's not like old.
Is it like
It's not like an old.
2000?
What do you mean by old? Define old.
It was like a decade ago.
Yes. It was like 2008. 2008.
Yeah, didn't he like die at the
Maybe. I don't know. I've never seen it myself.
Then why are you telling me to watch it?
Because I don't know. It looks cool. People say it's good. I want to watch it. though.
Something happens at the end, dude.
Now I want to
It's
watch
like-
it. If he dies at the end, I'll watch it.
No,
just 'cause of
I
that.
think it's revealed that his brother died or is alive.
Yeah. And it's accurate to the manga. Some anime ending shit.
Is that what that happens?
I know that the movie is like accurate somewhat to like how the manga is. Like it's not like super unfaithful, you know? So like I wouldn't be surprised if some goofy ass shit happened.
If that happens, that's what I remember. That's kind of cool if it happens like that.
Yeah, in a movie, in a American film, it's awesome. Did you finish Black Clover?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I dropped it at episode 20. Then I was like,
Oh,
fucking
I also dropped it at episode 20. We're the same.
And then like I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna watch all of this shit. Then I think I watched all the way up until like the last season. Then like it was coming out weekly.
Did you watch Food Wars? All of Food Wars?
Only the first season.
I watched the first and second, and then but the third, I'm like, I can't do this anymore. That's when I really was like,
I
yo.
think I watched the first and second. The
And
third
I was
one,
so fucking mad, bro. Season 1 is amazing. It's like
the opening is too, bro.
all the I think every Food Wars opening is godlike. That show does not deserve its openings. The dog shit show is with amazing openings. Every opening is amazing.
Have you heard of Kaiba?
That the poker one or the gambling one?
What?
No, I'm thinking that's Kaiji Ultimate Warrior.
Kaiba.
Kaiba.
Seto
Kaiba
Kaiba.
from fucking Kaiba from Yu-Gi-Oh.
It's spelled the same as his name, but not him.
Hold on, let me just watch this Speed Racer thing real quick. This movie looks fucking ridiculous.
That's why you need to watch it.
I can. Why would I watch this one? I can watch Redline.
Because it's different. It's not the same. Redline's different.
Because Redline is superior.
It's going for goofs. Redline's supposed to be cool. Speed Race supposed to be goof.
No, in 2008, this was cool.
Yeah, maybe.
Redline in any decade, year is gonna be cool.
That's true. I was thinking about it, and like Redline is like a homage to like 90s like animation, like kind of like the Ninja Scroll, Wicked City kind of stuff. Like it feel like when you watch Redline, you look at it and you're like, this kind of looks like that, like Neo Tokyo, Akira, and it was kind of supposed to come out around that time, but it took 10 fucking years.
Redline was so good. Madhouse. It was made by Madhouse, right?
Yes.
Madhouse was
he almost destroyed the studio. They fired him immediately when the movie came out. They said, nigga, leave. But it was godlike. I don't care how godlike it was. It took you 10 years. Get out.
What's the last show that Madhouse made?
Something very recently. Give me a second. Last show that Madhouse made.
Madhouse used to like run the game. Now it's Mappa. What's going on?
Mappa just says yes to everything. Mappa sucks. Mappa did Dorohedoro and it looks like shit. Mappa did Yasuke and it looks like shit.
Well, Mappa did Attack on Titan and made money. Mappa did Jujutsu Kaisen and now they're making real money. And about to make a movie. So I'm sure. I guess they are running shit though. I'm not gonna lie. It used to be Madhouse. Like Madhouse had Death Note and Black Lagoon. What the fuck is going on with them now?
I'm
on there, Sonny.
Trying to see what did Madhouse. How do you order?
Fuck your
they're
Godfather.
They're working. Oh, they're doing Sonny Boy. They're doing Sonny Boy, Manny.
Oh.
Oh.
Crazy.
It is crazy. They're doing Sonny Boy. They did No Guns, No Life. That one was pretty well animated. You don't know what that?
Pretty what? No, I know what it is.
Okay.
But what'd you say about it?
That was pretty popular and like well animated. That's like a recent thing they did. Yeah. Those were the if we're talking about notable things like that are worthy of mention, Sonny Boy and No Guns, No Life. And they're working on like a bunch of other stuff.
Best.
But you gotta understand, a studio doesn't mean the name of a studio does not hold as much weight as it did back in the day. There's a lot. It really doesn't.
Yeah.
It really doesn't. Like when you tell me that Mappa made something, I'm gonna ask who's working on it. I'm not gonna ask what the studio is. Is it the nigga that made Kaizen? Is it the niggas that worked on, Because when you say it's Studio Mappa, it could go either way. It could be complete ass water, or it could be fucking ass fire. You never know, Manny. Could look like Kaizen. Could look like Dorohedoro. Could look like Yasuke.
Why does all Netflix anime look like that though?
There has to be one Netflix Godzilla Singular Point is good.
It doesn't look like that. What do you mean? Not, what do you,
Kengan Ashura, Baki, Dorohedoro.
what do you mean look like? What is
Like CGI, like looks like
interesting. Maybe there's a reason for that. I don't know. Maybe Netflix Netflix has a strict deadline. You know, maybe they're a little bit more strict on like how long you need to take to do it. So they're like, bust out the 3D models, boys. We're running out of time.
Bust out the 3D models.
I'm glad you like that one.
That was good. That was good. Studio Bones. What is Bones doing now? JC Staff. Didn't JC Staff do JoJo?
One Punch Man season 2. Haha, piece of shit. Fucking.
Who did that?
JC Staff.
Yeah, fuck that. Fuck those guys.
I don't want to be mean to animators. They work really hard, and it's not their fault. But you know,
One Punch Man season 2 was a disgrace. It's such a popular show. Like, oh my god, that was disgraceful. UFO Table. Yeah,
I don't think One Punch Man would have been as popular. I think One Punch Man is a case where like the first season is great, and like even if it was well animated, the other seasons would not live up to, because narratively like it doesn't go anywhere.
It doesn't, but the dude, Karo, with the white hair, he turns into orange hair. He has crazy potential to carry that show.
Hold on. Karo, One Punch Man? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Did you watch season 2?
Mm-hmm.
Is he that good?
He's the only reason to watch the show.
I don't know anything about One Punch Man season 2, and I don't want to watch the anime, so I don't know. Maybe I'll read the manga.
Wait,
but like
Garo, that's his name.
Yeah, Garo. I'm feeling like a fucking idiot. I typed in Karo and nothing popped up, and I was like,
Yeah, but he carried the entire season. Literally, like One Punch Man. First of all, One Punch Man, it got a lot of clout of him fighting Goku. You know what I mean? Like niggas know this show because niggas were like, "Oh, One Punch Man will beat Goku," and then that whole thing started for years, and it's still fucking going.
Yeah. Have you seen Eureka 7?
No, I know that's a OG one though. OG Mecha.
You want to know what Studio Bones is working on? Fucking My Hero. That's all they do. Oh, they did Josee the Tiger and the Fish. That piece of shit movie. Crazy. They did Mob Psycho. They did Godzilla Singular Point. That's what they just did, like, recently. Was that a laugh?
Yeah.
I don't really... That's not a bad thing. Like, the one good thing about that show was the animation, so I don't really dog them for that.
When you just bring up that show, I just think it's so funny.
It's a bad show. Bro, I wish you watched it, man. What the fuck are you playing?
Fucking UFC.
I was not expecting to see that. Did you hear they're doing a Ghost of Tsushima director's cut?
I did not hear that. Did you play that game?
No, but I have more of a reason to play the game now because of the director's cut. It's like a PS5 enhancement, but they're also adding like a new DLC like mission thing, whatever.
Yeah, they're adding a new island, I think.
They're adding a new island, and there's Japanese lip sync. There's Japanese there's like a Japanese dub, but it didn't have like Japanese lip sync. So it has Japanese fucking lip sync, Manny. And I can play the game in Japanese and it won't feel weird. And I'm like, yo, I want the game now. Like that's like when I get a PS5, that's like the first game I'm going to play. I'm so fucking excited to play that.
That game was fun. That game was
Yeah.
cool.
And I can play it in Akira Kurosawa mode. I can play it in black and white. Oh, it's going to be so cool. So, we got to watch Star Wars Visions after. So, Michiko and Hatchin, this is for the next episode. Track our episodes, Manny. What was the first thing we watched again?
Huh?
What was the first thing we watched? Castlevania? Castlevania was episode 1.
Yeah.
Second episode. Vinland Saga?
Vinland Saga, Banana Fish.
Mm-hmm. Baki. Record of Rock.
Nah, those all 4 of those weren't in the same one. Fuck.
We did Vinland Saga. You called me. You said you watched JoJo and Vinland Saga, and then I called you back, and then we talked about Vinland Saga, I guess, maybe by itself, and then you watched Baki, Banana Fish, Record of Ragnarok, and something else.
Inuyashiki.
Inuyashiki.
Inuyashiki and Ragnarok. That was episode 3. That was not episode 2.
Okay. What was episode 2?
I think that was Vinland Saga and some other show, but it definitely wasn't Inuyashiki and Record Ragnarok.
What episode is this? Is this 5?
Okay, wait. 2? I know, because 3, we talked about ping pong.
That was the 3rd one?
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
That was our latest one, because we just watched that.
And this is 4. So this is 4. Ping pong was 3. Vinland Saga had to be in the Baki one then.
Yeah, I think Vinland and Baki was the same one.
And then
and Banana Fish.
Yeah,
and
bro.
after that,
Vinland was in the Baki one because we referenced in ping pong like he speaks Chinese, and that was after Vinland Saga. So I think Vinland Saga was right before ping pong.
Yeah. So like I said, ping pong's 3, Vinland's 2, 4. What was 4 again?
This one. This is 4.
Yeah, I know. Made in Abyss.
Made in Abyss, Beastars, Mononoke. Those were like the big 3 that we talked about. And then I watched a bunch of other shit.
One was just Castlevania, right?
Yeah. We started talking about Castlevania. That was the first one.
God damn, I love Castlevania. 2.
Trevor is a stupid name.
2 was Vinland Saga. What else? Baki,
Record of Ragnarok, and
No.
Inuyashiki.
Record Ragnarok was not in 2. It was in 3.
You talked about Record of Ragnarok with ping pong?
Yeah.
Did you?
I remember because I remember that because I remember when we was talking about that day.
Mm-hmm.
I remember I was talking about Record Ragnarok first, and I was like, then at the end we started talking about ping pong.
No, I remember you talked about Inuyashiki first, and I talked about Godzilla. I remember that. I remember I was like, talk about. I recorded it, so I can actually check. Let me check right now. Ping pong, and we talk about Godzilla. Because I watched 2 shows. I watched Ping Pong and Godzilla. You watched Inuyashiki and Ping Pong. You watched Record of Ragnarok after this in episode 2. You told me that was the last thing you watched in episode 2.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember that. Whatever it was. It was after Banana Fish. Because you watched Banana Fish and you watched Baki, and you're like, I got more. But then you saw Record of Ragnarok, and you're like, that's short. Let me just watch this before I hit up Allie. And I'm like, all right.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah. It's crazy. Watched a lot of shows, man.
Season 2, I mean, episode 2 was fucking ass.
For you. It was fun as hell for me. I got to talk about Vinland Saga. I got to hear you make jokes about Baki's mantis crane stance.
Baki was hilarious. That call, Vinland Saga was cool, but everything else was kind of, what the fuck?
I like when you talk about bad things.
I like episode 1. Stray Castlevania.
Yeah, episode 1 was fun. Because we were having fun. And we were like calling each other immediately after we did it. Episode 1 was great.
Yeah, I called you like
I
right
like
after
to watch. I like to watch bad things because I don't know. It forces me to have a discussion.
Well, take a look at my list if you want to see some bad things.
No, Manny. I like to watch things that have. I like stuff like Vinland Saga and Beastars, where other people think it's good, but it's really bad, and I like to describe why it's bad.
No, watch the bottom show on my
Manny,
list.
I will never fucking do that.
I would actually pay you to watch that shit. Just write me a fucking essay at the end.
Manny, don't do that. Bro, I'm gonna do it just as a joke now, and now I'm like, now I'm gonna want to do it.
Dude, Musaigen no Phantom World. Watch it and tell me what you thought. Oh my god, dude. Dude, this is... I can't believe I watch shit like this. Ali, you have to watch it, bro.
Shit like what?
You have to watch the bottom show on my list.
Muignissen no Phantom.
Yes. Yeah. Honestly, yeah. There's so many dog shit that was down here.
Is this K God. Return of Kings?
Where do you see that?
I typed in Muigsen, and that's what popped up.
It's definitely not K. I think it's Musa. It's Musa.
Musaigen.
Yeah.
Oh no, Manny, this basic ass character design is already turning me off.
What you mean, bro?
Big titty anime girl with highlights in her hair.
It's a fucking nightmare.
There's a sequel. What the fuck? Oh, there's a beach episode. Maybe I'll watch that. Get a nut off. What is this series about? 13 episodes. Oh my god. It says 2016. Ew.
That's fine.
That's why. January 7th to March 31st. That's why you watched it. Ew.
That's prime years of anime. It doesn't get better than those fucking years.
You're not going to watch this because it's not on Crunchyroll and I can't. So, like, I don't expect you to watch it, but have you heard of Shiro Bako?
Yeah.
You've heard of it, so you know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me what it is.
I heard of it. I don't know exactly what it is.
Oh, okay. It's an anime about, like, people in the anime industry, like, making an anime. And it's really, like, realistic and, like, it feels, like, very real. I watched the first 2 episodes. It was very good. It's 24 episodes, so I don't think I'm going to finish it, but, like, you know, I liked the first 2 episodes enough to where I'm like, yo, this show's probably really good. Like, I want to check this out. And it just, like, the first, it feels real. Like, it sounds boring, but, like, it has a premise that gives off the impression that, like, it's not going to sugarcoat things. like, you know, in like the first like episode, like someone like overworks themselves and like faints, and like the director changes his mind about an episode like in the middle of production, and they're already behind schedule, and the director is like this fat fuck that like is like, my vision needs to be exacted, Kimiko wouldn't do that. And it's just like, it's really funny, and like all the animators get like stressed out because they're like, what the fuck, bro, you can't change this last minute. It's like a really, I don't know, it's creative. It's like, it's a show I've never really seen before. And I guess if I had to compare it to anything, it would be like Keep Your Hands Off Aizuken. But Keep Your Hands Off Aizuken is much more happy. It's a much more happy show. It's not as pessimistic. But this one's like kind of like, man, making anime, it's tough. It's tough in these streets and that's the real life. That's like the real story. So I don't think I'm gonna finish it like now, but I just wanted to get a taste of it to see if it was even worth my time, and it is. I'm gonna give it a try. Damn, Boruto has a 5.84 on my anime list. Holy shit. That's so oh my god.
One thing I don't like about my anime list is some shows, like, I hate how shows get rated before it's done.
You shouldn't be allowed to do that.
You shouldn't, you said?
You should not. You should not.
Yeah, I agree. Like, there'll be like seasonal shows coming out, like 2 episodes out, and it'll be like 6.3. Like, bro.
Oh, well, I mean, if I mean, I don't know, if it's if there are only 2 episodes out and people's rating is gauged by the first 2 episodes, I don't know. If they watch the whole thing and they change their minds, then like, you know, they'll change it. But that's just because of the first 2 episodes, you know? That rating reflects the first 2.
Your rating? It'll change?
Oh yeah, you can change your rating whenever you want. It's not set in stone.
Okay. Yeah, see, I don't use the app, so I didn't know.
Yeah. You can change your rating whenever you want. So like, yeah, I don't mind that. I mean, I guess in the sense I was thinking more of like movies or like Netflix things. Well, I mean, it's anime, so I guess like even if it doesn't come out on Netflix, it came out and like you can watch it illegally. But I don't know. In the like on IMDb, sometimes people will rate a movie before it comes out, and it's like you can't do that. Like DC fans would rate like Batman v Superman 10 out of 10 before it dropped, and then it came out and normal people saw it and they were like, what the fuck is wrong with you? This shit's ass. And it like went down. Do you know of The World Ends With You? Did you see that anime? Like, do you know what I'm talking
about? I'd have to see it.
Okay. It's based off a video game, and the video game is really good. Vivy.
Like
do you want to sing?
I like the Vivy opening.
Does it have an opening? I don't even know if I saw it.
It pulled up in like episode 3.
Jesus Christ. I have to save the girl.
ReZero season 2, like part 2, like the whole season, the opening only showed up one time.
Really?
ReZero fucking episode starts and it gets straight into the fucking.
That's OD. That's gangster. That's some gangster shit. I like anime that do stuff like that.
Yeah.
Haka baka binga banga baka banga ba. Baka 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 ba ba da ba da. I'm very happy we talked about all these shows. This was a good one.
Good episode.
Yeah, it was a good episode. It doesn't matter whether we watch good or bad things. It depends on the conversations.
It does matter. If you
watch not to me.
Each episode does one good thing.
There's one good show?
Yeah.
I just want a show to spark conversation. Even if it's dog shit, I want to be able to talk about it and like say stuff about it.
I mean, if I go watch 3 shows similar to Record of Ragnarok, we're fucked. Or I'm fucked.
Why? Why? Why are you fucked?
Because it's just a mid show.
Yeah. I think I have a pretty good read. I can read the room. I can tell what's mid and what's not.
I can tell if something's gonna be ass by like the first 2 or 3 episodes. I don't really need like. It doesn't take too long for me to like figure out like what a show is going for, you know.
I feel you, but I like.
That's why I finished Dorohedoro. Like, I gave it a 5, but like it was fun. Like it was a fun ass show. I don't regret finishing that. I stopped Vivy because I'm like, I'm not gonna like this. I'm not even gonna continue.
I gotta finish Vivy.
Yeah, I'm interested to hear your full like opinion on it and like the whole thing. Oh, watch Sonny Boy, Manny. You gotta watch. Well, I understand you can't do it because of Funimation, but just watch it at home. Like watch it like, you know, when you get home.
I don't have time.
It's only 3 episodes.
Ali, when you work 14 hours and you come home, I just can't watch it.
Okay.
I literally have to take a shower, eat, and then I have 1 hour to do whatever I want.
That's gay.
It is gay. But like, I only really watch anime at work.
That sucks. I'm sorry. Sorry that you go through that.
But Ali, I'm clocking out.
All right. Well,
Before the conclusion.
Yes, episode 4 the conclusion.
Greatest show we've watched in our lives.
What'd you say?
I said Mononoke is the greatest show we've watched in our lives.
Yeah, I'm sleep deprived, so I'm gonna let you get away with that statement. All right.
Record of Ragnarok is a 10 out of 10.
Manny, you're killing me. Oh, I'm melting. I'm going.
I feel like the next episode is gonna be a good one.
Oh yeah, bro. I love Michiko and Hatchin. Like, I'm very excited to talk about that. It's gonna be good. And the other shows, if we watch other shows, they will be good shows. We won't watch dog shit. So.
No, you have to watch the bottom show. I said.
Manny, I'm not watching 13 episodes of that dog shit. Maybe I'll watch 1 or 2.
How do you know it's dog shit?
Alright, Manny. I'll fucking give it a try. Okay? I'll give it an honest, genuine try.
Don't
unbiased.
Don't waste your time. Please don't waste your time. I would never do something like that, so I don't want you to. Generally, like, not even as a joke, I don't want you to watch the show. I would have to get paid to watch some shit like that. I'm no joke.
Fuck, man. Yeah, I can't stand that.
I feel like 2016 has so many shit shows. It's like it has to be a record or something.
Bro, there's a lot of shit shows from all over. It's not even just a specific year.
2016 was like that was when Isekai was really like on the roll.
Damn, you love Isekai.
I do not love Isekai. I like Reincarnation. Jobless Reincarnation. I like ReZero. That's it. Well, Ali, I'm gonna go to bed.
All right, we gotta go.
Good talking to you, bro.
All right, I'll see you later, buddy. Until next time.
Yes, sir.